So we're like, good morning, everybody. I'm always the last one in the room. I apologize. Fourth term, what are you going to do? Well, it's great to see everybody. We're, well, it's kind of, we just finished our legislative session, as a lot of folks know. But here in New Hampshire, I guess the work is never done, right? So we are jumping right into the budget process. And we always kick things off with the capital aspect of the budget process. Not to go into any long-winded speeches, other than the capital, as a lot of folks know, the capital budget process is very different than our operational budget. We'll begin that process and have those hearings as well. And I think those will happen in December. Is that right? November. Yeah. In November, shortly after the election. And as just taking up some questions I received early this morning from the press, I think there was a surprise that yes, we begin the capital budget process and the general budget process because you can't do the whole thing in 2 months with the new incoming governor and administration. Obviously, the Department of Administrative Services, the legislative body, all the LBA, all the folks that really have to get involved in, most importantly, all the different departments that will present here, specifically on these processes. They're integral. There's a lot to review, to analyze, to look at both in terms of revenue projections and opportunities, as well as understanding where the real biggest priorities, needs, and even sometimes in the best of times where some of the wants are. And we can kind of make progress on some of the new initiatives that we bring up. Capital budget is, we start with this one. It's a little more straightforward, which I don't want to say it makes it easier. There's still some very tough decisions to be made. The state typically approves somewhere between $120 and $130 million of capital budget expenditures as part of the capital budget. My sense is that's right where we should be. And that's not just from what I think. It's talking to the state treasurer, understanding the fiscal health of the state, how much debt we typically take on, because this is debt that we're talking about, and where the needs are. Now, there are always a lot of needs in the state, technically, when it comes to the capital budget. We're very frugal, and that's always a good thing here in New Hampshire, but it does, and it has meant traditionally, I'd say over the past 30 to 40 years, that our physical infrastructure does deteriorate. It does need a lot of maintenance. It does need a lot of upkeep and upgrade. We have had a lot of opportunity with the federal money that has come in a variety of different forms, both the transportation bill, the ARPA funds, even a little bit of the CARES Act funds, not as much there. The December 2020 appropriation that was passed out of Congress. These have all provided a lot of infrastructure money and in a lot of different ways. I think Charlie and Commissioner Arlinghouse and his department have done a very good job working with the fiscal committee, I think making some pretty aggressive investments into our capital. One of the biggest investments you can see is a big hole right across the street, right? Because our illustrious Attorney General has just walked in and he didn't walk across the street today. So we have had some pretty significant capital opportunity in the state. That's been great. And if one of the interesting aspects is, if anything, one of the things we have heard is departments have come to us and said, you know what, right now we have needs, but we can't take on another capital project because there is a lot of manpower that goes into that, whether it's the contracting process, the assessment process, the kind of that clerk of the works managing those projects as they come to fruition. I see Commissioner Stewart in the back. Parks has taken on a lot of capital investment, and it's great. And also, folks have to understand that what we talk about today in this hearing, and as the process goes on, it still can evolve a bit, because sometimes you say we're going to take on these 10 projects, but you know what, one of the 10, for one reason or another, just can't come to fruition. It's a supply chain issue, and we need to pivot. So we always want to build in some flexibility there, given the kind of tough times in terms of both pricing and supply chain that we still have and likely will have. So this year we received requests for just shy of $1.3 billion of projects. $1.3 billion. It is a lot. So we're just going to toss those up and take the first 10% we pull out of the hat, and then we can all go home. And that maybe that's the easiest way to do it. I'm not going to do that. Don't worry. So 1.1 billion of that 1.3 billion, because there's some federal money that can be included in there, other funds, fees, sometimes from places like Fish and Game, whatever it might be. But about 1.1 billion of that 1.3 billion would technically be repaid out of the general fund, which is the significant part of the consideration. So therefore, as I just discussed, we're looking, I guess, technically about 10% of the total request will likely and hopefully be approved through the legislature. Over the past few years, we've allocated close to $1 billion of ARPA funds in a variety of ways, and mostly in infrastructure. We really tried to do our best to make sure we weren't spending our ARPA dollars on long-term obligations, so as we didn't put the state in a tougher hole down the road. We had about $800 million in surplus spending over the past couple budgets as well. So a lot of money and a lot of opportunity have really been put out there. And so we'll add to that, looking somewhere in the realm of $120 to $130 million in capital projects through this budget process. The New Hampshire economy is strong, and I think a lot of folks realize that. I think inflation is around to stay. I try to remind folks that while inflation may only be down to 3 or 4%, that's still on top of the 25% of compounded inflation that we've experienced over the past 3 or 4 years. That's very real. So in a sense, what we were paying for things in 2020 at a minimum, I mean, in some areas of construction, it's well beyond 30, 40, 50%. But at a minimum, we're still looking at 25 to 30% increases over what we were paying just a few years ago. And what I've learned is going through all these different projects with vendors, with the private sector, is there's a cultural adjustment mindset that has to be, we're still not there, right? We still like to hope that things are going to cost X, and then we come back and the price is a little higher. To the credit of DOT, to the folks at DAS, a lot of the folks at Public Works, I think a lot of those inflationary adjustments have been made, and we try to make sure we instill them into our engineering estimates. To make sure that we're not over or under budgeting. I always say that some people say, oh, under budgeting is okay because you have money left over. It's not. You want to be, the best budgeting is a budget that is right on target because that ensures that you didn't miss opportunities, you didn't waste opportunities, and you didn't overpromise and under deliver at the same time. In terms of just the general revenues, although it doesn't directly apply to the capital budget because these, we're going to likely be borrowing this money. There is interest to be paid. I think what you'll see, and it'll be a deeper discussion as we get into the more general part of the budget process later this fall. But what you're likely going to see is a much more traditional level of revenues coming into the state. We've had some very good years, but I think as folks have realized, because of the change in workforce dynamics, how businesses are consolidating and how they're operating, profits are strong, and that's good. That provides a lot of fiscal opportunity to the state. Workforce is there, but not like it was. And that obviously affects our business enterprise tax, which is significantly down across the state. So while we have had the luxury of I won't say luxury, I think we work very hard to earn our luxury, to make sure we've had surpluses over the past few years. My sense is that the incoming budget will be a much tougher budget. I'm not saying losses per se, but we're not going to have the giant surpluses I think that we've had in the past few years, both in part because of our strong New Hampshire economy, but also because of the help and assistance from the federal side, specifically on these capital projects. So any project that does go into the capital budget, we just have to make sure it truly is necessary for the ongoing operations for the department and agency. And by necessary, it could be in issues of health and safety. It could be, we don't want roofs falling in. We don't want dangerous situations for our employees, for the citizens of the state as they work in our facilities or work through our facilities, whatever it might be. There's obviously the word I would tell all commissioners, don't use the term nice to have. It's not a good term to use. We all have things that are nice to have. These are really about needs for your department, for your employees, and for the customers and the citizens that rely on the agencies to make sure that they're coming through. So again, just to go through the timeline a little bit here, we're going to start out, I think we traditionally have all the different departments come up before us over a period of, is it 2 days?
Yeah.
A day and a half or so. I think we always traditionally start off with the university system of New Hampshire, and seeing as this is our fourth time around, we're not going to break from tradition with that. That'll be followed by the Department of Justice, Education, the Community College. There'll be a small lunch break later on. There'll be a half a dozen or so agencies this afternoon, and then I believe another half dozen or so tomorrow morning, right back here at 9 a.m. again. So this is where I kind of look around the room and I figure out, did I Did I cover what I need to cover?
You did.
We're good? We're good? Great. And I apologize, I didn't introduce James Gary, my budget director. For those who don't know, James will be driving both the capital budget and operational budget process from here until January 3rd or whenever they kick me out of here. Because it is a pretty intense process, and obviously we'll work very closely with the next administration either way on both the capital budget and our current and operational budget, general budget process, just to make sure that it's seamless and as smooth as possible for both the departments and especially the legislatures, as you know, new legislators come into the process as well. We just want to provide as much continuity as we can. But with that, I guess I'll invite the University System of New Hampshire to come on up for their presentation.
Good morning, Governor Sununu, members of the committee. My name is Kathy Provencher. I'm the incoming chancellor of our state's university system. And congratulations, Commissioner Arlinghouse, on your reappointment. We do have a few slides. I'm not going to walk through all of these. Bill Janelle and Matt Purcell are with me this morning to answer any questions specific to the projects that we're requesting funding for at UNH, Plymouth, and Keene. $1.1 billion in requests, that's a lot. We have submitted respectfully a request for $20 million in the upcoming biennium. In 2019, the capital budget was written to provide 3 biennium of appropriations for the university system. That was exceptionally helpful in our planning, and we would very much like to have that discussion in the upcoming biennium for 3 biennium. I just want to highlight a few things before getting into specifics about the university system's capital plan. We spend about $100 million a year on capital. About 75% of that is from university system funds, about 10% from state funds, and then the balance comes from gifts and grants. We have 8.8 million gross square feet of space across all of our campuses, plus all the infrastructure, utilities. The replacement cost on that is about $2.9 billion. So we have 3 little towns or cities, if you will, that we're running and responsible for. The state component of our capital plan is a critical component. And we very much appreciate the support and partnership that we've had with the state over the years in supporting our capital plan. One more thing before we get into any more details. You may know that the university system does not have authority to bond for any of its academic space. We bond for self-supporting dorms, res halls, dining halls. So the vast majority of the dollars that the university system invests is in fact from our resources. We generally budget 1 times depreciation for deferred maintenance. We are not looking to expand our footprint at all. We are actually intentionally trying to right size and reduce because our student population is declining. We are selling properties, we are demolishing properties, but we also have deferred maintenance needs, and that's specific to the requests that we're making for UNH, Plymouth, and Keene. And honestly, with that, unless you have questions for me, I'd like Bill and Matt to talk about the projects that we're seeking state support and partnership on. So.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Morning, Governor Sununu, members of the committee. UNH's top priority for capital funding is replacement of the HVAC system in Morse Hall. And on slide 6, there's a little quick background of Morse Hall. So Morse Hall is the home for the Institute for the Study of Earth's Oceans and Space. It was constructed in 1986. It's a 4-story building, about 131,000 square feet, and it's mainly the building where the majority of our research happens on the UNH campus. Again, we're looking to replace the building-wide HVAC equipment. We hope to reduce operating costs, and an important key is we need to be able to maintain temperature and humidity tolerances in this building. And in order to, many of the grants that we get require those tolerances be maintained. So that's really the priority of what we're trying to do here. But we're also trying to modernize the fume hoods that are in there, improve safety and functionality and energy efficiency, and seal up the envelope as well. On slide 8, just gives you a sense of the system we're working with. It's 38 years old. We're holding it together. So really, this is a deferred maintenance project. And again, the laboratory spaces that we have, which are the majority of this building, we have difficulty maintaining temperature and humidity tolerances. And much of the research work that we do are through federal grants, groups like NASA. They bring teams in and inspect the building while we're doing the work. So if we're not within those tolerances, the work needs to stop. And our concern is if we can't do that, then we won't receive the grants any longer. And then the budget for the project, we haven't completely finalized the design at this point, but we're looking between $23 and $25 million. And again, up to 50% of the research at UNH happens within Morse Hall. And in '23, we received $100 million in research grants. And on average, we received $60 million in research grants. So again, this project will work to keep that research happening at UNH. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Matt Purcell, Director of Capital Planning and Development for the University System in New Hampshire. I'm going to just briefly touch on two of the projects that we have at Keene and Plymouth. The first one at Plymouth is the renovation of Hyde Hall. Hyde Hall is their primary academic facility on the campus. It's the home for their innovation and entrepreneurial cluster. The building itself is about 81,000 square feet. And since its construction in 1974, haven't been able to keep up and replace the infrastructure within that building to the point that we've had failures of their ventilation systems, and there's never been any air conditioning in the building, and it was little to no insulation, and those are part of the projects that we're trying as part of the maintenance for that building to rectify. It's currently in the process of being renovated. We're currently in the construction phase of that project. That project's going to extend for another year and a half. Some of that is due to the supply chain. Other is due to the fact that we're trying to do this in an occupied building, so it makes more sense to do a lot of it as not what we call summer slammers, but more predominantly the work is happening in the building when it's empty. The total, as I mentioned, the total project budget is about $30.5 million. And, a major portion of that is being made up with, funding from a variety of different sources, primarily from the campus itself. Second project I want to just talk about briefly is at Keene State College. This is the renovation of the Elliott Center. The Elliott Center is the former City of Keene Hospital that was acquired by Keene State College in 1972. It houses a number of student support services, and again, a tremendous amount, over $20 million worth of deferred maintenance currently exists in that building. And what we're proposing on this project is to focus on dealing with a lot of those deferred maintenance projects. We had originally talked about redoing a lot of the student services and collecting them there. But based on the master planning process that we just went through, we've decided to kind of refocus some of the energies within that building to some other student support programs than what's in there now. Their building is about 93,000 square feet, and the proposed project will deal with a lot of the failing heating and ventilation systems that are in the building right now. And then also, we had a lot of, due to COVID, we kind of moved some of the program out of that building. And this project would kind of revitalize some of those core building pieces that are now sitting, vacant, and reutilizing those spaces. Total project cost that we're looking at is about $15 million, of which we're going to deal hopefully with at least $4 million, if not more, in deferred maintenance with the project.
We wanted to make sure we leave plenty of time for questions, should you have any. And this is just, like I said, a sampling of the multitude of projects, deferred maintenance projects that we have are ongoing on our campuses.
Great, well, thank you very much. Any questions from anybody?
Yes. Because as Matt mentioned, Hyde is well into construction. And we've also had to phase the Hyde project over a number of years because of the dollars. We only have so many dollars. So, but it is in full construction. So, yes, that's the number one priority, to finish that.
You mentioned that you received over the three different biennium, the capital funding. In addition to that, I know in the last budget, you received $6 million for the Whittemore Center for upgrades there. Could you just briefly explain, in light of inflation and supply chain issues and things that we've experienced over the last 6 years, how those projects are going, just a brief overview, and what problems you've run into with those?
So let me talk about in this past 6 years, the big ones were Spalding, and Bill can talk to that. That's almost complete. Hyde we also received some funding for Hyde Hall. That's ongoing. Costs are higher than we initially, when we initially had the design, the costs have gone up. But we made a commitment to the state. We were not coming back and asking for more money back in 2019, that any overages the university system would be responsible for. And Bill can also talk to the status of the WIT.
So the Spalding Hall project, the Biological Sciences Initiative, that was our last request for the last 3 bienniums. It's just being completed now. We just received our certificate of occupancy actually last week. There were some budget changes initially when we started that project, but once we brought our CM on board and got into construction, we've been able to hold to the budget dollar amount. So it's come in where we expected, about $95 million. So that project has gone fairly well. We have seen some supply chain challenges with electrical equipment, HVAC equipment, transformers as well. I mean, we do our best to try to plan these projects ahead of time, and if we need to buy that equipment early on, just to have it, so it's ready for the construction sequence, we do that wherever we can. So that, it's still a challenge, but that's how we try to deal with it, project by project, basically. As far as the Whittemore Center goes, it's currently in the design phase right now. So, and we also just issued the RFP for construction management services. So that's on the street right now as well. And we anticipate starting construction in the spring and finishing right now a year later. But we'll know more as we go through the design phase.
Okay, one last follow-up. When you priced out these projects, given that the first availability of this money is going to be July 1st of 25, did you price these projects based on the price now or what it is anticipated to be next summer and fall of 2025?
They're based on the anticipated pricing.
Yes.
So what's built into the construction cost estimate is an escalation contingency. So we factor out into the middle of the project with that escalation contingency, and that's included in the cost estimates that we develop.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just a brief question. The chancellor mentioned that you're downsizing, that you're, you didn't say unloading properties, but something like that. Well, one next week, right?
Actually, I think 2 next week.
Oh, 2 next week. I wondered if your footprint is shrinking on your campuses, or it may not be shrinking much. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm thinking of you may be aware that housing is a challenge in the state of New Hampshire lately. have you looked at, I know there are places across the country and maybe even in our own state where people looked at converting buildings like old dorms or buildings that can be retrofitted into, you couldn't sell one of your buildings to an operating business, but, housing at the edge of campus, you could convert to housing. Has there been any looking at that? I know that's off capital budget, but.
Actually, those conversations are happening in early stages, possibly at Plymouth.
At Plymouth, we are seriously looking at a number of different facilities there, converting that we have on the campus that are, some of them are the old houses that we're turning into workforce housing. Another, we're actually looking at one of the residence halls and turning it into a senior living facility as well with a developer.
No, very interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? No? Okay, well, thank you guys. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thanks. And the last page is contact information. As always, if anyone has any follow-up questions, you can contact me directly or Lauren Banker, our Director of Government Relations. So have a great day.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Yeah.
So one of the,
With that, I'm gonna-
one of the disadvantages of having a very popular governor is demands on his schedule are very high. And so I've sworn to the chief of staff that I keep him on his schedule, so the governor has to leave right now, so. Okay, continuing on with the Department of Justice, Mr. Attorney General. Yes, please.
Well, good morning, Mr. Budget Director, Commissioner, and all members of the committee. For the record, John Formella, Attorney General. And I'm joined here this morning by David Portal. He's our IT manager. He's going to take the lead on this presentation, but I'll start us off. First of all, let me just assure you that we are not looking for a new building or anything related to construction, lest we be thrown out after the first 30 seconds. We are here requesting funding for a new case management system, and David will explain that, but our case management system is what we use at the Department of Justice really in many ways to run our lives, to store documents, to work collaboratively on projects, to segment off cases the way they should be segmented off, to wall people off from cases they shouldn't have access to, and to allow multiple lawyers to edit the same document at the same time, to keep scheduling, to be able to put emails quickly into a document management system. As many people know, the practice of law involves managing and saving and organizing a lot of documents. And when we're working on cases with such high stakes to the state, it's really important that we have a good document management system. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to David. Just a little bit about David. He joined us about a year ago, came to us from Florida. He's done an amazing job. He decided to join an attorney general's office right before it moved to a new space, which as you can imagine, presented a lot of various IT challenges. If you get a lot of lawyers, paralegals, investigators, and other types of professionals who work in an AG's office to have to pick up their technology and move it to a new place, as you can imagine, that raises a lot of questions, complaints, issues, and David has been great in helping us manage that and great in helping lead this project, and he's just done an amazing job all around. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to him to go through the presentation, but I'll of course be here as well to help answer questions. And of course, I don't want to be remiss. To my right is also Kathy Carr, Director of Administration. But David's going to be leading the presentation, so that's why I'm giving David the spotlight. So with that, I will turn it over to you, David.
Thank you very much, John. And thank you for the introduction as well. Just to reiterate, my name's David Portal. I'm the IT manager of the New Hampshire Department of Justice. I handle the day-to-day infrastructural needs of the DOJ in tandem with DOIT. And I've been in this role for almost a year. One of my main goals in this role has been to replace our case management system. So we're going to jump straight into it. If you can move to the next slide. So first, we're going to qualify what a case management system actually is. A case management system is a piece of software that allows law firms and legal entities to store, access, and edit files and information related to cases. This information can include things like case numbers, personnel information, outcomes, and litigation information, just to name a few. The case management system is just a piece of software that interacts with a database. In our case, it's a Microsoft SQL Server database that is hosted in a basement at Hazen Drive by our wonderful Department of IT. They have expressed to us, and this is a sentiment that we concur with, that they do not want to be hosting our server for too much longer because of the potential security risks with having the server be in their basement. If anything were to happen, a data breach, any kind of theft of data, then they would be responsible, and we would not want that either. So part of this project would also include moving our database to a cloud. Next up, the case management systems are the main file cabinets and work environments for Department of Justice employees. So this isn't just a repository that we just dump files into and forget about. Our attorneys and paralegals have our case management system up 100% of the time, and they're constantly working within it. The case management system has useful tools like timekeeping, billing, and reporting. So again, just to reiterate that it's not just a place that we dump files into. Our Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, Grants Management Unit, Charitable Trusts, and Environmental Protection Bureau, they all make use of the billing functionality in ProLaw I got ahead of myself. ProLaw is our current case management system. They currently make use of the billing functionality of our current case management system, and they have also expressed that they would like to see some better functionality for this. The reporting functionality of a case management system is also very important. Specifically for our Medicaid Fraud Control Unit and Charitable Trust units, the reporting functionality of a case management system allows them to generate reports and meet federal reporting standards. So now that I've qualified what a case management system actually is, we're going to move on to our current case management system. So our current case management system is called ProLaw. It is a Thomson Reuters product. The New Hampshire Department of Justice acquired ProLaw in 2004 for $1.2 million. That's $2 million today, adjusting for inflation. Over the last 20 years, the New Hampshire Department of Justice has paid for various upgrades to ProLaw. They vary in size, but for the most part, these upgrades are just to keep ProLaw running with modern case management, or with modern operating systems and modern server hardware. And between support, personnel, licenses, and server hardware, the DOJ spends roughly $400,000 a year on ProLaw. So we have a contractor for back-end under-the-hood support whenever structural change needs to be made to ProLaw, or if there are any catastrophic issues with it. And they also collaborate with DOIT to help manage the database. They also help with day-to-day tech support and with answering questions. So now I'm going to move on to why we need to replace ProLaw. If we can move to the next slide. So simply put, and this is the main message we want to convey to you, is that ProLaw is at the end of its lifespan. It's in legacy mode, which means that it is no longer getting updates, and it will eventually stop working entirely as Microsoft SQL software gets more advanced and as operating systems get more advanced. Currently, we're kind of navigating rocky waters as DOIT wants to move the state of New Hampshire to Windows 11 in 2025, and it's still unsure as to whether ProLaw is actually going to work on Windows 11. So ProLaw also lacks many features that are baseline for modern case management systems. Again, ProLaw met the DOJ's needs back in 2004, but in the year 2024, case management systems have gotten pretty advanced. So these systems include plain text searching. So currently with our current case management system, if we wanted to look up all documents that had the word giraffe in them, for example, we can't do that. ProLaw just doesn't allow you to do that, whereas modern case management systems do. In fact, we have to pay for an additional piece of software from another vendor in order to give us that functionality. ProLaw also lacks e-discovery tools, and it also lacks the ability to share cases with outside counsel and share limited database access with outside counsel. So that's enough about ProLaw. Let's move on to the benefits of a new case management system. So a new case management system would result in increased workflow efficiency for DOJ employees. These newer case management systems, such as eProsecutor, Prosecutor by Carpel, and Legal Files, they all include built-in workflow management tools, such as in-app messaging and automated workflow solutions. So, for example, if there's a claims process going on, there's automated tools to move that claim along to who it needs to go to, and we don't have to be emailing documents back and forth within each other and with outside counsel. An additional benefit would be enhanced database security. So like I mentioned before, we would be moving this new database over to a government cloud. This would be a FedRAMP and StateRAMP certified cloud. It's not just some random server that we picked off somewhere random. So DOIT would no longer have to worry about maintaining the security of our database, which is a huge plus for them. We currently pay DOIT for database hardware and for maintenance of that database. The costs of, and we're going to get into this later, but the costs of a hosted solution as opposed to paying DOIT for this solution, they'd be roughly the same anyway. And then another benefit to a new case management system would be the potential to cut other software from our budget. Like I mentioned earlier, we pay for certain pieces of software like Perceptive Search, and we pay for another piece of software called Everlaw for e-discovery, and we pay a not insignificant amount of money for them. We could potentially cut those pieces of software out of our budget if we were to get a newer, more robust case management system that has those features baked into it. So now we're going to get on to the part that you are all interested in, which is the cost of a new case management system. So the DOJ estimates roughly $2.2 million for a completely new cloud-based case management system. This includes initial implementation from a vendor and 3 years of startup support. So that includes training, testing, maintenance, and user licenses as well. This would also include a database transfer of 20 years of case history. Moving a 200 terabyte database from DOIT's basement to a cloud server is not a small undertaking at all. So we would be paying for the amount of work required in that as well. So this is consistent with what other state AG's offices have paid for their case management systems, and storage will likely, on the high end, cost about $223,200 per year, but there is room for lowering it as if we go with a hosted solution, we could archive certain pieces of data. So let's say if we have cases from 2004, 2005 that we know we're not going to need, we can just archive those cases and pay a fraction of the money for the amount of space that they take up on the database. And year-to-year costs to maintain the system are estimated to be the same as ProLaw maintenance, which, as I said before, was about $400 a year. It varies depending on if we need to have a major upgrade implemented or not. And that is it for us. If any of you have any questions.
Yes, thank you. Two quick questions. One is, what is the average or the expected useful life of the project? And the second is, what is the total maintenance? You mentioned the $223,000 for storage, but there are additional costs
Right.
that you're going to need as far as software, manpower, things like that to maintain the system. So
Right.
useful life and ongoing maintenance.
Right. So the projected lifespan, I mean, our current case management system, it lasted us 20 years. By the end of its lifespan, it's going to last us, it's going to be about 24, 25 years. We're hoping that a brand new case management system will last us equally as long. A benefit here is that if we were to go with a cloud-hosted solution, a lot of modern case management systems have browser access. So it's not just a program that you just install onto your computer. You can just open up your web browser and then get onto the software, which is useful because updates are a much smaller deal in that case. So it could last upwards of 20 years, maybe more. I'm currently, it depends on the solution that we go with. Obviously, if we go with a solution that's been in the market for quite a while now, then it probably won't last as long. But if we go with a newer solution, then there's a higher chance of it lasting longer. And then in terms of the money spent year over year on ProLaw, specifically in terms of maintenance, that comes in the form of server space. It also comes in the form of paying support personnel. We had also had to pay for training as well. And we also pay for user licenses too. We have roughly 200 user licenses that we pay for. I believe it's on a yearly basis.
Okay, do you know what that would add up to, what you're projecting that to be?
That adds up to about 400,000.
Okay, so it's pretty much the same
Yes,
as what you're
it
spending.
breaks. Yes,
Okay,
that's yeah.
okay, thank you.
I have a question. First of all, it's nice that the IT guy at Justice, his name is Mr. Portal.
I was thinking about making a joke about
Like
that.
hiring an accountant named Donna Debit. So I appreciate that. A couple of questions. The 2.2 million is, I presume, the one-time upfront cost and does not include licensing.
It does include licensing for the first 3 years.
Perpetual instead of annual?
No, they are annual licenses. So this 2.2 million figure, it covers the implementation costs and all support and licensing for 3 years.
For 3 years?
Yes,
And then what's the annualized licensing cost after that? Ballpark.
It's going to depend on the solution itself. We don't project it to be more than our current case management system. If it is, it's probably not by much.
Oh, so, and like the 400,000 you spend annually? is
That
in
includes the
That
license.
includes licensing?
Yes.
And so that wouldn't change?
Yes.
These are more operating budget questions, obviously, than capital to an extent. Do you know who some of the big players in this space are?
Yes. Carpel, they operate Prosecutor by Carpel. We've been looking into that. Also, eProsecutor, we've been looking into that piece of software as well. There are also some newer Salesforce-based applications that we've been looking at as well.
That's sort of my question, yeah.
Yes.
Just everybody around the state is looking at some version of a case management system, and
Right.
Salesforce, we're investing enormous amounts of money in.
Yeah.
And I presume you're working with DOIT.
Yes.
Most of your operating costs are related to this, are essentially transfers to DOIT. They're not external operating costs.
We do have some external operating costs in that we have a contractor that we pay for support, but that's the only external cost.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yes.
And you said that if the new system has greater functionality, which it almost certainly will, right? Because 20 years on it better. There are certain things you're going to get rid of, or can replace or do within the system instead of having a standalone.
Yes.
Are there significant savings associated with that, or are they de minimis?
Yes.
Ballpark.
Kathy, do you have a pick Everlaw?
I think we pay between 600 and, well, we're going up to $600,000 to $700,000 a year for a software called Everlaw, which is an e-discovery management tool. It will depend on the functionality of our new system as to whether we could eliminate all of that cost. We may still need to use Everlaw for certain cases, but that's a significant annual cost that should at least be, I think, reduced, because ProLaw just doesn't have anywhere near the same functionality as Everlaw.
That was my question. Good.
Sherry?
Good morning. My question, two questions. One is, does Microsoft itself have an alternative product that they're talking directly with you as a replacement to ProLaw?
No.
Okay.
Microsoft doesn't operate any case management software
Okay.
to the extent of my knowledge.
Okay. And then the other question is, what's the project timeline if this was to move forward? Like, how long would it take to, if ProLaw has the potential of running into issues in, 25, let's say fiscal 25, between an RFP and a bid and contract and then the actual implementation, what's your overall timeline that you would need?
So typically for a case management system shift, it would be anywhere between 3 and 5 years. We're shooting for 5, just to be entirely realistic.
Yeah.
Ideally, we would like to get this up and running sooner, but currently 5 years is the timeline.
And just to clarify the 1 year piece, and David, you can correct me, but when he said we could lose functionality within a year, there are short-term fixes that
Okay.
can bridge us. I think the point is just that in as short of a time as a year, we're going to have to start, doing some, patchwork for lack of a better term, to get us to a new case management system. But it does not mean we will not be able to function and still, function at a high level. But so short-term fixes probably begin within a year. We can get to 5 years though.
Duct tape will be okay for a few years.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So, if I understand correctly, the maintenance costs for ProLaw is about 400,000 a year.
That is correct.
And then your storage, your cloud storage costs are about 225,000 a year.
Yes.
So annually, you're anticipating spending about 625,000 a year.
No, the projected cost for storage, so with the $400,000 figure, that is what we currently pay for our current case management system, and that includes the servers that we have at DOIT. With a new case management system, we would have to pay for maintenance, for licenses and all that. But in addition to that, we'd have to pay for the cloud storage. In doing so, we'd be getting rid of the servers at DOIT. So we would no longer have to pay for those servers, but we would now have to pay for cloud storage space, which again, the high end is $223,000 a year. But if we archive data that we no longer need, then that could drop drastically.
Understood. So you're paying for cloud storage with the new system, right?
Yes.
And you're paying 400,000 a year approximately for the new system?
So that the $400,000 figure, that would include the cloud storage as well. So in addition to maintenance and cloud storage and licensing fees, in total, the package would be in the ballpark of $400,000 a year.
Yeah, based on your question.
I guess I don't understand what the 223,000 is on the slide.
Yep. Yeah. So the 223,000 would be what we would pay specifically just for the cloud storage, right? Once we move the server from DOIT's basement onto, let's say, the Amazon government cloud, that's what we would be paying for that. And, we'd be paying, let's say, $223,000 a year for cloud space, and then maybe another $50,000 for licenses, another $50,000 for maintenance,
Okay,
and
I
then
see.
that
Yeah,
would,
it's part of the 400K.
Yeah.
Which I can see why that might have been a little confusing.
yeah, I apologize.
What do you expect the useful life of the system is? I mean, you use ProLaw for 20 years. What's the useful life of this system?
So we, based off of the fact that ProLaw has more or less worked for us for the last 20, soon to be probably around 25 years by the time we replace it, we expect this system to also to last us hopefully just as long. Obviously, we can't tell the future. We don't know if there's going to be any kind of hiccups along the way, but if we go with a newer system, then we are more likely to see more longevity out of the system as well. Obviously, if we go with a case management system that's 10 years old already, it may only last us 10 to 15 years. So we have to use our judgment in that case and go with something that we believe will last us longer. Ideally, it lasts us as long as possible, but based off of precedence, I want to say 20 years.
And then you mentioned that you had a 5-year implementation
Yes.
plan. Do you expect to come back in a future capital budget cycle and ask for more money for this system?
So for this specific system or for our current system? So for this specific system, we intend for this to be the end all be all. So within that time between now and let's say in 5 years when the system gets implemented, we may lose functionality with our current case management system, which we're going to do our best to try and find some kind of way to keep it chugging along. But in terms of this specific new case management system, 2.2 million is the end all be all.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite the Department of Education up next. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, committee members.
Good morning.
My name is Tammy Valancourt. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Education. And with me, I have Jeff Beard. He's the administrator for the Perkins Grant and the CTE centers. Thank you for allowing me to come before you and present the department's projects. A summary of the projects that I will be reviewing is found on page 221 of your packet. And this year, the only projects we are submitting are for the Career and Technical Education Centers. The projects before you are Conval Applied Technology Center. This is a $14.7 million renovation to include demolishing, rebuilding, and adding to the existing structure. This will allow the reconfiguration of program offerings, the addition of new CTE labs, and to launch a new animal science program. The next project is the Messinic Auto CTE renovation. They're requesting $1.5 million for minor renovations and to build an addition for new automotive bays to allow programming focused on diesel and electric vehicles, as well as small engine repairs. The Jaffrey Ringe CTE renovation, they are requesting $19.4 million for new construction of a 30,000 square foot addition. This will allow expansion of the existing construction trade programs, as well as adding cosmetology, culinary arts, fire, EMT, and security and public safety programs. And finally, we have the Milford Applied Technology Center renovation. This is a $28.2 million project. It's for demolition and construction of a new CTE space to create new labs and add automotive and health occupation programming. Well, the schools have submitted projects to the department. Only one has had a vote at the local level. That did fail, but there is expectations that all projects will go up for vote this coming year. Given that CTE centers in the state supports thousands of students focused on career and technical fields, Commissioner Edelblut and department staff have communicated with all centers requesting they sharpen their pencils to cost-effective and to work together and with the local community colleges to ensure we are offering a broad range of educational opportunities and not duplicating those opportunities within the same small geographical area. Jeff is here if you have specific questions relative to these projects, and that is our presentation.
Great, thank you. I would just wonder if you could, you have them prioritized in a certain order. I was wondering what your methodology was in prioritizing them that way.
So we prioritize them based on when they were funded originally, and they just come up on, it's like a 20-year schedule.
And just to add to that, the renovation queue was established in Department of Education administrative rules that directs us to bring them in the order of priority in which they're listed in a table that's in those admin rules.
Okay, thank you.
I wonder if you, I know this is an ongoing thing, and it dawns on me that my understanding is that in January, we're going to have a new governor who will likely be, have some degree of familiarity or not with the fact that there's a queue, the fact that we've been doing this for 20 years, that there's a schedule. And I wonder if it wouldn't be helpful for capital budget purposes if you could do just sort of a cheat sheet for the committee and for particularly for James to leave for his successor, unless we can talk him into staying. Just what we've done when and over the last, pick a number, 12 years, 15 years, 20 years, whatever you think it makes sense.
We do have that schedule, and we can provide it to you.
I think it would make a difference, and because when you sit down,
Yeah.
Because I'm guessing that not every politician on the planet has the CTE schedule as like first and foremost in the back of their head.
Yeah, that
That's my
schedule,
hunch.
it lists out the schools, the year of the renovation, the dollar amount that was spent back during that time frame, and we can send that out.
That'll be great. Otherwise, we have to send them to Representative Cloutier.
Tammy, you mentioned that these all need local level approvals. And you said one was presented but had failed, and I was just wondering which one
That would be the Milford one.
Oh, Milford, okay.
Yeah.
And then they would go back to, at the town level, like next March? Is that-
Yes.
Or do all these fall in our March town
Yes.
meeting time period?
Yeah,
Okay, March.
correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call up now the Community College System of New Hampshire.
I'll send it.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you for your time. Out of consideration for the other presentations that will follow, I propose not to walk through a dozen slides, but to just summarize what I can and then answer questions that you might have.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner. Community College System of New Hampshire, 7 colleges, 11 physical locations around the state, serving about 23,000 students. Programs from advanced manufacturing to welding, nothing with a Z yet, but thinking about it. More than 100 programs in between, heavy concentration in healthcare, including a set of programs that prepared 320 nurses for New Hampshire this year. 2 key themes that describe our work: affordability through partnership with the state to keep tuition low, and accessibility, helping students, both young and working adults, to have access to programs that allow them to support themselves and their families, contribute to New Hampshire's future. A growing portion of our work is occurring online, but for any number of our programs, again, manufacturing related, automotive, healthcare, clinical, students need hands-on experience. And so the physical plant that we have across the state is incredibly important to our work. About 35 buildings, about 1.6 million square feet. 2/3 of those buildings, 40 years old. In fact, more than half of them, more than 50 years old, and some showing their age. As you'll see from our request, what we're focused on is primarily critical maintenance, energy management. There are 2 areas of focus that I'll come back to, but in essence, what we're trying to do is continue to be good stewards of the physical plant that we have that serves our state and our community. As our work has increasingly seen a growth in the online side, some of our buildings are larger than we need, but we have been able to repurpose. Nashua campus currently working to introduce a Head Start program, as we have at Manchester and Littleton, child care facilities in partnership with others, and one being introduced in Berlin, one we already have here in Concord and NHTI. So want to make sure that we continue to steward these resources, not only for our own programs, but for partners in the state who have use of those facilities in our communities. In this biennium, requesting $17.5 million, heavily concentrated on critical maintenance. You'll see on the last slide an outline of what those projects are, as well as energy management. Some of that is actual energy management. Some of that's also ability to ensure that we're able to monitor these systems, to optimize them, to anticipate imminent failure, to maintain them in a way that lessens the likelihood of critical failures that become more costly to resolve. The 2 targeted requests that we've made, one programmatic, a continuation of previous support for aviation-related programs at Nashua, an area of growth and opportunity, critical for the infrastructure for transportation that also ties to any number of other industries served by it. The other one for information technology, not only in support of our growing online and the need to manage that environment, address cybersecurity concerns, but also to more fully assess what the future of our enterprise system is. We have been on enterprise system supporting our student-facing services for almost 2 decades. It happened to be the same system that the university system has been on. You may have noted that in the governor's task force this past spring, one of the recommendations that we look to move to an enterprise system that would align with university systems. So part of this is to continue the assessment to optimize what we have, but assess whether there's a possibility of moving to a system that's shared with the university system.
Okay. Yeah, a couple of questions, mainly, the first one is your deferred maintenance. Do you have a total amount of deferred maintenance that you're dealing with, that you have in the back of your head as far as what it would take? And I know Commissioner Arlinghouse does for the state, but
I'm looking to a colleague. In the past, we've used a round number of 70 million. I'm going to ask the Chief Operating Officer, Scott Fields, to join me for that.
Good morning. The number that the Chancellor has put out is correct. What we do is, on an annualized basis, we target to kind of match what our depreciation level is on an annual basis, which is roughly $7.5 million that we spend to maintain our colleges.
okay. And where does most of that money come from, other than, sometimes you get through the capital budget, but
It was roughly 2/3 of that comes from the
College operations.
college operations, with a third of it coming from the state.
This has become a focus for our board to elevate the amount of investments that's being made in plant maintenance to ensure the integrity of these buildings.
okay, thank you.
You've done some work with, I asked the other chancellor a question about housing and old buildings. And first of all, let me give you credit for your slides, that you have one of my favorite Winston Churchill quotes on the front. So I certainly appreciate that. Do you look at excess capacity? And I happen to drive by the Tech every day, and I feel like something's going on there.
We do, and housing is a critical need, and housing insecurity is a critical need for many students in community colleges. NHTI is unique among our colleges in that it has 3 facilities that have capacity for about 330 students. Post-pandemic, the demand had fallen off, and so for the last year, there's been a lease arrangement with a private entity that makes use of that for educational purposes, complementary to what we do, but not quite the same. Over time, we're continuing to look at all of our physical plant to figure out if it's best, highest use. As I mentioned earlier, the child care centers, the Head Start spaces that are available. In some cases, we've had colleagues of state agencies, Health and Human Services, part of employment supports, making use of office space because the clients they serve often have need for programs that we offer. So we're looking always for complementary uses for available space, for partnerships that have synergies that may be mutually beneficial, not just to the community college system, but to other organizations or agencies.
Right, thank you.
So I just had one more general question, which is among these 4 categories, your energy, critical maintenance, et cetera, is the funding or the project scalable within each of those? So, because it looks like there's, for example, under critical maintenance might be multiple buildings that are happening. So if that, instead of 7.8, if something was, I'm going to make up numbers, but 5.8, is that scalable in terms of what then you could prioritize within?
It is. Every set of projects, there's a prioritized list of critical need. And so if it's less, but likewise, if it's more, we can also accommodate.
You would find other things.
The buildings, and as somebody of the same vintage, buildings in their 60s and approaching 70 years still have useful life, but some of the systems need update.
So I noticed in your critical maintenance slide, you have a total of 66 projects and your ask is $7.8 million. And do you think you could accomplish all 66 projects for the 7.8 million?
Absolutely. The 66 projects that you see, the way that, as the Chancellor had mentioned, we have a list of prioritized items. A project of the 66 could be just an air handler, an HVAC unit, not to the same scale as what the university system presented earlier. It's not on that wide scale. They're being able to maintain individual units as they go across the different locations throughout the state.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite up now, please, the Peace Development Authority. Good morning.
Good morning, Director Jerry, members of the committee. I'm Paul Breen, for the record, with Peace Development Authority, the Executive Director. I'm joined with Acting Port Director from Division of Ports and Harbors, Miles Greenway, and our Finance Director at Peace Development Authority, Suzanne Anzalone. Just for a quick history, Peace legislature merged Division of Ports and Harbors with the Peace Development Authority in 2001, and Peace Development Authority provides administrative oversight for Division of Ports and Harbors. Peace itself is self-funding our capital improvement program. We are specifically here for the Division of Ports and Harbors, and they have two prioritizing items that Director Greenway will happy to answer any questions on the package.
Hi, good morning. Miles Greenway. So the first one is for Rye Harbor and Hampton Harbor riprap repair. Sorry, apologies, no slide deck, but what I do have is severe storm impact document that we have. So basically, this is to hold what we have for property, is the way I look at it as well. So if we take a look at page 12 and 13, pictures tell 1,000 words of what we had for Rye Harbor coming through that area in January. Two different storms within a 1 week time frame. What we aren't seeing, we do see the white water, but this is a video actually, and these are just snapshots of that video. With the riprap repair, what we're hoping to get right there, we know the water isn't going to stop coming in, but we'll stop that flow coming in. For damages that we had during that, our fuel system and our ramp system were damages, and that is on page 9 and on page 6 and 7 we had from that as well. And as a reminder of those of you that don't know, that we did just receive $1 million in ARPA funding for additional work down in Rye Harbor as well.
And specifically, that ARPA funding is for economic development for the retail goods down there. Rye Harbor does support commercial fishing, commercial lobstering, and numerous tourists such as whale watch and charter fishing, as well as retail kiosks in the facility.
And to add for fuel, not just in Portsmouth, but in Rye and Hampton as well. Fuel is important not just for the commercial fishermen and recreational users. It is state law enforcement, local law enforcement, and federal law enforcement with the U.S. Coast Guard as well. The second project that we have is for the Market Street Marine Terminal. So this is for dredging in front of the terminal. So within that package, there is a picture of it. But so the federal channel is maintained by the Army Corps of Engineers at 35 feet. We have 35 feet on the south end of the dock, but we're up at shoaling up to 30 and 32 on the northern side of the dock, which is by the Sarah Long Bridge. So the funding would be for that as well.
Market Street Terminal is the only deep water port in the state of New Hampshire. It serves as an ad hoc bulk distribution facility. Primarily all of New Hampshire's roadway salt comes through the facility. It's a critical piece into other utility infrastructure programs throughout the state. For instance, utility entities will use it for large-scale direct shipments from Europe and South America for any type of power station or Antrim Wind Farm, that type of work that goes to Market Street. Currently, we advertise 3,500 meters of depth, and we're only at 3,200 without this dredge. So we recently completed a project with your help to restore the pier to a good state of affair. It's in great shape now. This dredge would help us win some of the business in the region for those ad hoc, large-scale shipments.
In addition, the vessels right now, currently, when we get salt ships, they lighter in Boston. And then when they moor, they immediately start discharging from the number 1 and number 2 holds to lighter the ship more because of the shoaling.
Okay.
And that's all I have, sir.
Okay, great. I just wonder if you could tell us about your capital needs going forward. So obviously, for building repairs, those happen sporadically, maybe once every 20 years. But dredging, which is a topic I know very little about, is a continuous thing, it would seem. And if you could just expand upon that, like what's the need for dredging going forward in your different ports, number one, and number two, what other significant capital needs does the Development Authority believe they might have going forward in the next 5 to 10 years, or any large ticket items?
Yes, sir. So for the dredging that we're requesting right now, we'd have to actually do it, the dredging itself, and then continue with surveys with the Army Corps or our local surveying team that we hire because it's not part of the federal channel. I know it does say there's a year in estimated useful life, but I think that might have been left over where we just have to wait and see. I mean, just recently the Army Corps went up to the Reach and had to do maintenance dredging as well. So there could be a chance that in the next 2 to 3 years we'd have to maintenance dredges again, but we'd have to wait and see with that as well. So for the other dredging that we also are doing is a 107 feasibility as a state rep, and that's down in Hampton, Seabrook. And that's moving forward with the Army Corps doing that. That's a nav safety analysis to see how that's going to impact the waterway to include the new 1A bridge after that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
And Director Jerry, one more priority that we do foresee in the next 2 to 3 years. We do not understand what you're all up against. We do not put it into this package, but the Market Street Terminal Warehouse in Portsmouth, which was originally designed for liquor distribution before the state amended the way that it handles its liquor sales. That warehouse is at end of life. Anybody that crosses the bridge into Maine will probably see the rusted roof on that building. We are looking to keep the core office space that supports Division of Ports and Harbors, U.S. Customs, in other entities that utilize the facility. But we do anticipate about a $3 to $5 million capital expense down the road to replace that office space.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, next up on the list is Parks, DNCR, Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. I'd like to invite you up.
It's like that thing in church where no one sits in the front pew.
Good morning.
Good morning. I brought my A-team, and I'll introduce as we go along. My name is Sarah Stewart. I serve as the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. So I'm going to provide just a brief overview remarks, and then we'll list off our 11 priorities, and we'll take questions based on where you want to dig in. So I'll start by saying it's an honor to speak with you this morning to present the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources capital budget request for the 26-27 biennium. This department is made up of the Division of Parks and Recreation, the Division of Forests and Lands, the Division of Historical Resources, the New Hampshire State Library, and the New Hampshire State Council on the Arts. New Hampshire is the state that is known for its natural beauty, amazing outdoor recreation, vibrant cultural activity, and our commitment to honoring our past. These are the natural and cultural resources we are proud to protect, promote, manage, and it's with your support that we can create the best experiences for our citizens and our visitors. So, our department cares for 884 buildings, 22 bridges, 26 dams, 147 septic systems, 1,427 campsites, a fleet of 298 vehicles, and many collections that are which include rare, irreplaceable, and valuable items. These valuable items are primarily stored at the New Hampshire State Library building, but are also tucked within various other locations around the state, like at our headquarters, state park and state forest offices, and our historic sites. So thanks to the support of our administration and the legislature over the years, we've made much progress tackling deferred maintenance, but we still have more to do. And we must acknowledge the millions of ARPA dollars allocated to this agency. We have been able to purchase brand new snowmobile trail groomers, develop plans for campsite expansion, replace very old and outdated bathroom facilities, tackle safety and deferred maintenance at some of our beloved historic sites, and with the assistance from DPW, we continue to plug away at these ARPA projects in order to hit our deadlines. We have prepared for you a $37.5 million capital improvement project request for the next biennium. And to put this in perspective, this is about what Jason Tatum makes in a year, which I thought was fitting on a day of victory like today. Just to get you smiling, Charlie. Go Celtics. So I'm going to read off our 11 priorities, and then we can dig in to details. So in order, our number one priority this year is securing the funding to complete a new tramway in Franconia Notch State Park. Our second priority is funding to design a state library facility that is off-site over by our archives building. We then have facilities in our Forests and Lands division that need attention. Number 4 is roofing and repairs, which is something that we always include in our priorities. We have roads and parking lots. We have toilet building upgrades. We have the lodges at Cannon Mountain, which need some attention. Historic sites restoration, Seacoast planning and resilience, similarly to what you just heard from the Port Authority. Umbagog State Park marina and facilities, and finally, the Connecticut Headwaters Road Repair Project. With that, I think I will pause. I brought with me to the table this morning Brian Wilson, who is our State Parks Director, and our State Librarian, Michael York, because those are the two projects at the top, which are my top priorities this biennium.
Okay. Question, on the tramway, there was it approximately 18 million that was appropriated by the legislature in the last budget. And now this is an additional ask on top of that to meet the $33 million bid.
Correct. So we went to the legislative bodies and requested 25 million through a really lengthy and thoughtful process. We were happy to accept the 18 million, knowing that we could fill a gap to that 25 with a variety of other potential funding opportunities. We went out to bid, and we received one bid, and that was 33. We have sort of gone back to our corners, reconsidered how we want to approach this, and we have a plan in place in coordination with DPW and some engineering experts to go back out to bid. And our goal is to separate out the validated health and security of our existing concrete towers, which should help reduce the overall cost. That wasn't clear in our first bidding process, so we learned that lesson. But in order to go back out to bid, I think we need to have the 33 available, and that's what we're asking for to get us there.
In the governor's statement, he mentioned needs versus things that are nice to have. Why is the tram a need versus something that's
I'll go
nice to
first
have.
and then I'll let Brian jump in. It's definitely a revenue need for our park system, which is operationally self-funded, generates significant revenue that we then spread around the park system or help support the entire park system, which is very closely integrated. Several years ago, the state invested in the Hampton Beach Seashell Building for several $1 million. It was a big deal for the community. And when we were testifying in our initial request for funding for the tram, the head of the Hampton Beach Chamber of Commerce came and said, "You all did this for our region of the state, which dramatically boosted our local economy. I'm here to support you making a similar investment in another part of the state," which I thought was a great perspective. In addition to our own revenue, having the tram in the Notch is a huge draw for tourism, and we have the support of the local chambers up there as well for making sure that this investment that the state has made twice before is realized, so that they can continue to benefit from the activity there.
How much revenue does it bring in annually?
The tram itself generates about $1.6 to $1.8 million annually.
Yeah. Any guesses on what the total impact of the tram is? I mean, because obviously when people come and see the tram, they're just spending time up in that area and going to restaurants and shops and things like that and doing other things.
Sure. Well, we haven't done any economic analysis specifically to the tram, but other comparative data like the travel and tourism does, for instance, have shown that for every dollar invested in outdoor recreation generates $25 in tax revenue. So you think of the people using the roads or visiting the restaurants and those things. I can say that Franconia Notch State Park, as our flagship state park in the park system, is bringing people from all over the world regularly to New Hampshire on a year-round basis. So not unlike Hampton Beach, the investment that goes back into the park system not only helps support our operationally self-supported park system. We need the infrastructure to be able to just do the day-to-day stuff and welcome people to our locations. But that it goes beyond just the revenue directly injected into our operations and really supports the community writ large in a big way.
Okay. And finally for me, how old is the current tram? And this new tram, does it have a similar expected life?
The current tram is 44 years old. We're on tram version 2. The first tram was 40 years old when that was replaced with the current tram in 1980. And we have been given a very hard stop of next summer from the current manufacturer of the current operation. So it is critical both for kind of the livelihood of the Cannon Mountain and Franconia Notch, but really the way that the park system is structured, that if any of our infrastructure within the park system goes down, for instance, our largest campground in the park system right now, Greenfield State Park, is closed for the entire year so that we can catch up on deferred maintenance there. That has, a $500,000 operational impact to us, but I can only imagine the economic impact to the greater Greenfield community by not having thousands, tens of thousands of campers coming to visit. So it's kind of it's a critical feature within the state park system of the importance of our infrastructure.
Okay. I said it would be the last question. I lied to you. One more. When the system the new system is built and put in place, how long will the tram be down for maintenance when you do that? So you're going to lose a summer, basically, my guess?
We had on our last iteration of it, we were planning for about a year and a half, so we were going to lose an entire summer and probably one winter operation for the construction period. I don't see that changing really, although as the commissioner said, we've gone back to our corners to reevaluate different approaches to this. The complexity of that project will probably take a good 12 to 18 months.
Thank you.
I know we talk a lot about the park system being self-supporting and, which is different from a lot of places around the country. It's not the case that every park is self-supporting. It's naturally the case that some parks make a great deal of money and some parks make, the way parks exist, right? They don't make a great deal of money. Franconia makes the most money of the system, or maybe Hampton. And how much?
Oh, boy. Well.
Ballpark.
I think Franconia Notch is generating over $4 million of revenue, and that's outside. That's not including the ski operation, which is another $9 million. So combined $13 million in revenue produced through Franconia Notch on an annual period. So that is definitely the number one. Really, the summer drivers at Franconia Notch are the Flume, which is about a little over $3 million in revenue. And then the tram is kind of the second largest attraction during the summertime with the $1.8 million in revenue.
So on some level, the investment you're asking for is not an investment just in one giant metal box, but in the park system.
Yes. And I would argue that same logic should be applied to generally everything that we're asking for, whether it's roads or updated utility systems. We can't operate campgrounds if we don't have a safe way to get people in and out of a campground, or if we're not able to keep the lights on because our utility infrastructure is 60 years old, and we've got to close places down because of that. Then yes, the infrastructure investment is critical.
No, I get that. I was looking in a colleague's office today and I'm amazed at the complete lack of outlets that she has. And it's because it's 85 years old in that particular case. I don't want to not talk about the state library because it's one of my favorite things. And but I want to chastise, if I can, the commissioner for letting Michael York retire. That doesn't seem appropriate. Was there no way you could stop that from happening?
I'm old.
We're all old.
We have been so lucky to have Michael as the head of our state library for a number of years. And he has really been pushing for the future of the state library. The research we've done, we've contracted with a firm to give us a really good blueprint to move forward. But if Michael hadn't been banging on the gavel for years, we might not be where we are today, which is at a perfect point to save our collections and to free up some space in the beautiful State Library building so that we can really engage with the public as we want to fulfill our mission.
I will say that the last time we transitioned from one governor to another, I had the fortune or misfortune, depending on your perspective, to help out the guy coming in. And my friend Jamie Burnett and I, who was doing something with the transition too, had his meeting with the acting commissioner of cultural resources at the time, next to an office that had a leak in it, that I think still has a leak in it, probably. We'll ask Karen about that later. But and it was our favorite meeting of the entire transition. I will say that, not just because there was a raging snowstorm, but you're losing a very good, valuable state employee. But this particular project, but we wish you well in your retirement. It's a good thing. This particular project, storage, building near the archives. Can you talk a little bit about there's the history between the library and the archives but I think we all get along better than maybe we did 50 years ago. Can you talk a little bit about that and sort of the way in which this will not just preserve the documents and the rare volumes, et cetera, but will also enhance the building itself for future uses?
Well, I think the most important thing is to protect the valuable materials that we have in the State Library. We are the oldest institution of our type in the country. Nobody else comes close. And this was validated as a question on Jeopardy in 2017, by the way. So we have been collecting since 1717, and we have a number of incredibly valuable things. And the building is just not capable of providing climate control and the security that we think is necessary. The process that we've chosen to use is to simply move those valuable materials to a purpose-built facility which will be climate controlled, which will be secure, because there's very little that we can do with the existing building. I think it's important to remember that the building at 20 Park Street was built in 1896 to house both the Supreme Court and the State Library. And then when we ran out of space or were tight for space in the mid-30s, they put in mezzanines, which were very functional, but
horrible.
They destroyed the character of the building. If you look in our lobby, we have the as-built sketches from 1896, and you can see that it's just a spectacular building with the rotunda for the rotunda room for the Supreme Court, but then also just a beautiful reading room, which looks very much like the reading room at the Boston Public Library. So this, I think, will give us the opportunity, first of all, to protect the materials that we need to do. We have a very small room that we constructed about 15 years ago to take some of our valuable materials, but not anywhere near what we need to protect. But in addition to that, we will free up space, as the commissioner has said on more than one occasion, to make this a more public-facing building. People always remark on how beautiful the building is. It's built with New Hampshire granite, Bethlehem steel, and mosaic floors done by Italian craftsmen. So there's a real opportunity to have this as a centerpiece, not to take anything from the State House. We don't want to upstage the State House, but it's a beautiful building that we really should show off. And more importantly to me as a librarian, we need to do a better job of protecting our materials. So it's time to do this. We think that this is a good plan. It's not that much money. It's only a third of what Tatum makes, right? So I think this is the time. And I greatly appreciate your kind words. I've always enjoyed speaking to both you and to Jamie Burnett. We're both Wildcats, so I've been talking to him for a long time.
It's a very good thing. I'm a little disappointed that you're not wearing your Smithsonian tie. I'm not sure I've seen you without it. Oh, is it in your pocket? Oh, there we go. That's very good.
I didn't get a chance to put it on this morning.
Congratulations and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your kind words.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you all.
And up next, Department of Administrative Services. Good morning.
Hi. I'm sorry the commissioner had to leave. I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services, and you are?
I'm Karen Rantamaki, the Director of Plant and Property.
So Karen is an engineer and in charge of buildings, so all the tough questions will go to her. I'm here mostly for fluff. I want to talk about, I don't want to go through specifically every request we have in our budget. The administrative services part of the capital budget is usually lengthy and not terribly exciting. which is a description of our department on some level. We do all the things that aren't terribly exciting but are critically important. We manage something like 91 state buildings. There's probably 4 million square feet of office space in the city of Concord alone that we take care of. We have deferred maintenance that's not accurate. We have so much deferred maintenance that we don't keep an accurate number, but a good ballpark estimate of how much deferred maintenance is probably about $1 billion. I could probably get to $1.5 billion if you wanted me to. Obviously, we're not going to do that kind of stuff. So we're not going to keep that accurate a list. Basically, what we do is we take care of state buildings. We take care of a lot of state buildings, and we take care of them as best we can. Every maintenance and utility discussion you've had here today so far applies to us as well. I want to talk about how we come up with the numbers that we present to you. How do we whittle down the things that need to happen, the things that want to happen? Let me talk separately about the judicial branch and the rest of us, so to speak, executive and legislative branch, because we do also take care of the State House and the LOB. I don't know if I want to bring up the LOB because we're meeting here because the HVAC system is down. So read into that what you will. That's either really good timing or really bad timing. We look at, so the judicial branch, though, there are courthouses all over the state. We lease space and we own space. We build courthouses and we lease courthouses. That process is done a little bit differently. There's a court accreditation committee that talks about standards. There's a committee with actually all of the operating chiefs of the Chief Justice and the administrative judge of the Circuit Court and Superior Court, and we go through all of the projects one by one by one. The state tends to build a courthouse every capital budget, maybe not every single capital budget. 6 years ago, we built 3. I want to say we did Hampton, Milford, and Merrimack County in the same year. Does that sound right? Oh, good. She's nodding. We're currently in the process of building a new courthouse in Rochester. You'll see courthouses on this list. And what happens is the court system will prioritize based on how good or bad they are. You'll see discussion about Sullivan County. The state has needs in Sullivan County like the rest of the state. Representative Cloutier will know that those are not necessarily the premier courthouses in the system, although they're in lovely spots. Town of Newport is quite nice, Town of Claremont is quite nice, but they need work. Those priorities are set through the court, a process that includes legislative input, public members appointed by the governor. They tend to be lawyers and in one case a construction executive. The executive branch needs, we go through, Karen staff basically walks all of the buildings once every couple of years, a process that happened probably a good 6 months ago, and looks at the needs. And we identify the most pressing needs. When I started as commissioner, which was about 7 years ago, I had a meeting one day with Karen's predecessor, Steve Lorenzen, actually, and I think Karen was in the meeting too, as deputy at the time. And he started talking to me about leaky roofs. And this, I've talked about this before, a 12-bucket leak and a 6-bucket leak. And you know, I figure this is like a technical engineering term, right? That, you know, a bucket, or it's like a joule or a watt or a, you know, pick something. And I said, can you explain what that means? And he said, sure. Like in Derry, when it rains, there are 6 spots that we put buckets to catch the drips. That's a 6-bucket leak. If there's 9, it's a 9-bucket leak. And I went, oh, okay, I kind of get that. We tend to ask for money to fix the 12-bucket leaks, and there's not usually enough money to fix the 6. We have a lot on here along those lines. We also like to pursue projects. We're in the process of trying to renew as best we can state space. The State House Annex, for example, is 85 years old. The fact that so little work had been done to it, except the 3rd floor, there was a fire 50 years ago. We did some work after the fire. But we're in the process of doing phase 1 of the renovation. So if you go over there, if you go to the GNC breakfast in a week in the middle of a construction zone, it should be instructive. But we're doing that the money for phase 2 of that project is here, and Karen's going to talk a little bit about that. She's not going to go through every project. But what I want you to know is that this is not the work that needs to be done. This is a subset of the work that needs to be done, because you can't afford to do all the work that needs to be done. I think the general fund total of our department request is like 150. I saved you money already. $1 million. And if you said, I got 400, there's no way I couldn't spend that money. And that there's just, and it wouldn't be like, did you really need to do that? It would be, we do leaky roofs, we do fire panels to bring buildings up to code, and we try to renew. If you go through some of the older buildings in the state system, one of the things you'll find as you walk around, you'll walk through them and say, good Lord. And the number of times you say, good Lord, is akin to the number of buckets. But it's that kind of thing where, can we just do this? And so our current plan going forward is to try to do, as somebody moves out of space, recently the Van McLeod building, people moved out of that space and other people moved in. It was DNCR people who moved out, and it was DAS people who happened to move in. We took maintenance money and we did mold remediation, we did basic painting, patchwork on walls, a little bit of carpeting, moving to carpet squares as everybody's doing, because of the long-term maintenance savings that come from that. And it was modest, makes an enormous difference. And we're trying to do that everywhere. And there's a little bit of that in the budget too. But I'm going to let Karen talk to some of those points now.
Thank you. I'm going to cover a couple things that Charlie didn't mention. So one of the things that I kind of keep track of is, the industry standard for investing in your buildings is 2% of your building value every year, right? So over the course of 50 years, you're kind of, paid for your building twice. Our portfolio, our 91 buildings, I looked this up, value probably between $750 million and $1 billion total. So that means that we should be investing at least 15 million or 20 million a year, or 30 to 40 million per biennium. So just to give a ballpark, and I know, as Charlie mentioned, our requests are about 150 million. And those are the things that we think we need to do in the next 2 to 3 years. And then there's other projects that stack up after that. In addition to, Charlie kind of went through, Commissioner Allinghouse went through the process that the court, the judicial branch goes through to prioritize their needs. We're at Central Facilities, which is the rest of our buildings, we're going through a facility condition assessment this coming year. So we were able to fund that through our maintenance funds as well. And that will give us a really detailed idea of where our deferred maintenance is, how many years we have left on different pieces of equipment, different pieces of our infrastructure. So we're looking forward to getting the results of that, and that's going to help inform our next round of capital projects. So as Charlie mentioned, we do have a way that we kind of prioritize our projects. There's an emergency fund that's managed through my office, where we have historically have received, around $1.5 million that's available for any state agency to tap into should they have an emergency situation that was not planned for. Some of the things that we funded in the past are failed HVAC systems or boilers. As you know, you can't get through a winter if you don't have heat. So that becomes an emergency, and that needs to get fixed ASAP. Water damage that happens, we have water damage either from the roof leaks that Commissioner Arlinghouse mentioned, or sometimes if we have a piece of HVAC equipment fail, the water in that system or the chemicals in that system leak out and they cause damage to the building. So various things like that become emergencies. If the building becomes uninhabitable, we need to get that fixed right away and make sure that state agencies can continue their operations. Kind of next down after that is our life safety projects. So fire panels came up, fire panels, elevators, things that we absolutely need to operate a building become life safety issues. Boilers become life safety here in New Hampshire because of the temperatures that we're dealing with. Next after that is building preservation. So we don't want to let our buildings get so bad that then they cost even more to repair. So things like roofs, brick repointing, over time that becomes something that you can't fix and then it has to be reconstructed. New construction and renovation kind of comes after that. And then we have energy savings and automation. So things that make our buildings more efficient, whether it be through energy savings or just labor savings because of automation. So
So that's kind of my overview. I do have all of the information on the projects in front of me today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. The two handouts that came around, one is regarding the Phase 2 renovation of the State House Annex. So we're starting that Phase 1 renovation now. There's a couple images here that just show what the building is going to look like once it's 100% complete. The office space is going to be much, much nicer and much more efficient. The layout is kind of the second picture that you have there, which kind of shows a combination of open office area space with some offices sprinkled in there so that supervisors can be in the same area with their staff. But the space is used much more efficiently. And then the final picture is an old picture of what the annex used to look like from the outside, which shows what we really want to restore the windows to look like, because the windows honestly right now are kind of hideous. So that's that first handout you have. The second handout alludes to the Sullivan County request that Commissioner Arlinghouse also mentioned, and it has 2 pages of photos from each of the courthouses. So Claremont Circuit Court, Sullivan, Newport, Sullivan County, and Newport Circuit Court. My superintendent of court facilities took some pictures just to show the deficiencies in those current locations, to kind of indicate why we're making this request to consolidate those 3 courthouses into one new facility.
The thing I forgot to mention is on the prioritized list, the number 1 request is an IT request, which is related to the state's enterprise system. Historically, enterprise systems of that nature, of the statewide nature, the enterprise system being the computer system that runs, all of state government. It does payroll, HR, finances, budgeting, purchasing, everything. There are routine and regular upgrades that need to be done to it. And the state adopted a posture about 10 years ago. People will know this if you're old like me, that the state, for a long time, one of the ways the state decided to save money was by not keeping up on its computer system, so that you save a little bit of money each year, and then you have a catastrophic failure in, I think it was 2006, 7, 8, in that range, and you have to spend god-awful amounts of money because everyone who knew how to maintain the system has either died or retired. Let's assume they all retired. And you don't want that. So this is a modest request. It's about $5 million, but it would, going forward, we would not just, we're going through an upgrade right now, a significant modernization, but we would look at subsystems that are not part of it. Treasury might be an example of that, for example, for I don't know, Catchbook and other treasury things that I don't understand, that Sherry will laugh at me if I talk too much about them. But that's that piece as well. Any questions anybody has whatsoever?
Okay, thank you.
Representative?
Because I am from Claremont and Sullivan County, and my question is, I think the total request, and I'm reading figures a little bit, 28 million for the renovations to the Sullivan County courts. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm reading that wrong. 28, I think. I read that correctly. 656.
That is right.
Total cost for those courts in Claremont and Newport, correct?
It would be a single building that would be constructed that would incorporate all 3 of those current, which are all leased locations currently.
A single building. And a follow-up, how, in the priority list, is this gonna, I mean, do you have, what's the priority for Sullivan County, whatever work you want to do?
So this was the number 1 request from the judicial branch. It falls at number 6 in the overall DAS list. So that's after the IT project that Commissioner Arlinghouse mentioned and several other kind of life safety projects that we have.
Okay, just to be clear, thank you. You said it's number 1 in the judicial branch. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's the number 1 priority of the court system.
That's what
no
the
question.
court system wants, but in the overall listing, it's actually just number 6.
It's 6, but in our extensive list, that's pretty, let's just put that in the upper quintile.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
6 out of 34 on a list that goes way beyond 34.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, my question is, you mentioned that total deferred maintenance being somewhere $1 billion, you get up to $1.5 billion, but let's use the billion because it's I'm not good at math. So we have that. We have requests for $150 million for the biennium. That's $75 million a year. That's 7.5% of your total lower cost of your deferred maintenance. Is that enough?
Well, I mean, the obvious answer is no, but it has to be. I mean, the state has a method, and at the end of the day, I used to say to people that they name new bridges after people. They don't name bridge repairs after anybody. And that's true of the leaky roof as well, right? That they don't name, this is the James Gary Memorial, maybe we won't put memorial in there, roof repair. It's just a natural thing that there are going to be big projects. We're going to see some, right? In the course of a day and a half of hearings, we're going to see some really big items. And you look at it and you say, well, I'm going to use Commissioner Stewart as an example, right? The tramway is a really, really, really big, important thing, and you get that, because of the size of it and the scope of it, and the impact is so much more dramatic related to it. The outhouse repairs are arguably on a Saturday afternoon in June equally important, especially to somebody, and but they don't have the same cachet. We have a lot of things like that. I mean, if the state had the money, we would probably want to spend upwards of $100 million a year over the course of about a dozen years in deferred maintenance. So we had a plan. And the problem is that's all bonded costs, and I don't see within our financial system how we get there. So what we do is we look at, we try to prioritize as best we can and make an effort. And so, is anything ever enough? No, it's not. But it's what we have.
Okay. If you were, and this is sort of a guesstimate on your part, what I'm trying to find out is how much are we falling behind? Meaning, in today's dollars, what would our deferred maintenance look like 10 years ago? Would it, in today's dollars, would it be $1 billion? You know, so we're maintaining, or would it have been 1.5 billion? We actually made some gains, or conversely, yeah, are we, despite all the money we're spending, are we still falling behind? And in 5 years, is that number going to be not 1 billion, but 1.3 billion?
Well, I think we are falling further behind, and some of that is related to the age of the building. I moved some people out. We're doing some renovation, particularly mechanical renovation, to an 85-year-old building, the annex, right? That largely constructed in 1939, dedicated, I think, in 1940. But so I moved people out of this, decaying building, and we moved 3 of our divisions for a brief period of time, which is probably years, not months, to a building that was built in 1843. On the main building on the State Hospital campus, where what did we do? We did some painting, we did some wiring, we did some carpet work, and it significantly improved. How improved? It's okay, and it depends on what you're trying to do. And the IT system is good for this, but not good for that. The mechanical systems are okay, but better in some ways than others. So are we falling further behind? We are. What's the number? The truth is that we don't know. We've never had to know. We've never had a good number. This year, with maintenance fund money, Karen talked about the facility assessment survey. We're going to, for the first time in decades probably, have a more comprehensive professional facility assessment. It's going to tell us things that we don't want to know. Except I would like to know the things I don't want to know. And so we'll have a better sense of that. And, when our mechanical system's going to fail, we had an issue with air conditioning the other day in a building. And I thought in my head, I'm like, this is one of the newest buildings in state government in terms of reno. And this is one of our newer mechanical systems. And basically what the text said is you can't expect a system that's 20 years old not to break. And I'm like, how is it that the system that I have to expect it's going to break in my head is one of the least likely to break in the system? And the problem is both of those things are true at the same time.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And with that, that concludes our morning session. So we will now be in recess until 1 p.m. Okay, good afternoon. We're going to resume the capital budget hearings for this afternoon. And first up is the judicial branch. So I'd like to invite you to come up and give your presentation, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Diane Martin, Director of the Administrative Office of the Courts. And
Donna Raymond, Fiscal Manager of the Judicial Branch.
thank you for having us. Would you like me to just dive into an overview? All right. So I'll give you some background on why we are doing this and how it started. A little bit over a year ago, well, more than that, I went out and started touring some courts when I started in this position. And one of my observations in the courts, which I know other folks have observed, is that we have a lot of paper documents that are in files that are stored in various places throughout the courts. Those are actually taking a lot of space that could be used for other things like staff. You might see court records, in files along the wall, like you'd imagine, but you might also see them under desk spaces, wherever we have courts that are very small, wherever they need to be. So after visiting a few of those courts, I was concerned that we might be able to make better use of the space and make those documents more easily accessible to members of the public coming in to get access to them. And so Julie Lamson, our court operations project manager, went out to every single court in the state and assessed the state of court records in those individual courts and came back to the administrative council and reported that we really need to do something about the number of paper records in the courts. And she had a number of proposals, one of which was to start digitizing the records. And we implemented that about a year ago by using just standard small desktop scanners and temporary people to come in and start doing that work. And it's actually been fairly effective. However, it is incredibly slow. And so we might be doing this into the next century. And so that might not accomplish the goal that we had of freeing up that space and making the records more accessible. So the thought was if we could get better equipment and some software, we might be able to accomplish those things more quickly. So that really is what this is for. It's for high-speed, industrial-type scanners, and then software that would allow for digitization and accessibility. I'm not a tech person, but to be able to make those searchable and more easily retrievable. So that is the concept. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, once this system is online, what sort of maintenance does it require to keep it? Are you going to need this always? Because obviously you have new records coming in every day.
So most of our current records are going into our case management system electronically already. So this is really a historical problem that hopefully will not be a forever problem. It's just something that the courts haven't had the resources to commit time to make it happen. So I think it's one-time expenses are what you have before you. To the extent the software requires any maintenance, that would be an ongoing expense that is not included here and would be in the operating budget.
Okay. Any estimates on that and what that would be?
I do have it. I can send it to you. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Very good.
It's obviously smaller than the first initial one-time costs.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Mr. Commissioner?
Speaking of historical records, we talked in the past about archival storage space in the basement of the Supreme Court, which I think Justice Marconi had championed. Where is that now?
We had, in conjunction with your team in the Bureau of Court Facilities, an engineer did a design and an estimate. And my understanding is the estimate was significantly greater than was hoped. And so I think it was it was cost prohibitive, at least at this point in time.
It was like 3x, right? Or something like that.
It was. Very good. Yeah.
So nothing's, and there's no capital budget request related to that anyway.
No, the digitization of the old books in the library is ongoing. We got capital funds and ARPA funds for that. So that's occurring. I think the hope was that many of the artifacts and then the old books would go into that archive. So I wouldn't say that Justice Hans Marconi has given up hope, but the number that we got was higher than expected.
Good, thank you.
Hi, Diane.
Hi.
I heard you say accessible, and I just want to qualify. A lot of folks are creating PDFs nowadays, and with the new standards are coming out from the feds. I just want to double check that you're thinking about making sure that the documents will be accessible according to federal guidelines.
So my understanding is that this would make them more readily accessible in the first instance to our court staff. So for example, right now, if you go to a court and you need a document, let's say the hearing was in Manchester, but the court houses them in Nashua, it may require the documents to actually be transferred. And so making them accessible to court staff and also to make them searchable. I'm not sure about the other requirements, but I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, what I would suggest that you take a look at, in fact, we can share with you, Kate Mishner, who's been working on, collaborating on website stuff with your folks. She has all kinds of documentation on that. And the way you do PDFs will determine whether, it's accessible or not, and whether it falls into those guidelines. And we're seeing much more public activity holding us accountable to doing it correctly. So I'd say doing it up front is going to be a lot easier and less expensive than, having to redo them when after the fact because somebody calls you out. So I just wanted to let you know.
I appreciate that. One step is better than two.
My question is more tangential. This morning, Department of Justice was talking about procuring a new case management system, and you had mentioned that you have one, and I was just wondering if you have been talking with them at all, or what do you use?
Well, so our case management system is more designed for court records versus DOJ has a very attorney, their approach and requirements are very different. So we're certainly always happy to collaborate, but I think it may be a slightly different scope.
Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd now like to invite the Judicial Council.
Mr. Chairman, I think the Judicial Council withdrew their request. You won't have seen it, but this morning, oh, no, he's here. I thought you withdrew it.
Please, I see. Good afternoon. It is my understanding that you have withdrawn your request? Yes. Okay, and the reason for the withdrawn request is? You could put your microphone, the microphone, turn it on, just a button in front. There we go.
There we go.
Thank you.
We requested funding through Gopher, and we received some ARPA funds, and we had also, alongside that, issued a request for information to get a sense of what the cost would be, and we got some responses back from that request for information, along with the ARPA funding. And after looking at those two things, it appeared that the ARPA funding was going to be enough to meet our needs.
Okay, very good. Do you have any other capital needs that you're requesting at this point?
No.
Okay, easy enough.
Yes.
First time I've said this all hearing, your request is granted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Next on the list is police standards and training. Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you. The project that we're seeking to get funding for is to help increase the physical security of our building, specifically to be able to build some doors that will help us close off our lobby. The building that we occupy was built in the 1980s, and there was really no consideration given for building security back in those days. Clearly, people can walk into the building unimpeded right now. It's an open campus, much like a college. To that end, we are seeking funds to allow us to put a door on one side of the lobby that would close off the hallway to the training portion of the building, and then a door that would close off a ladder well that would access the second deck, where we have the conduct review committee and other office space and residential space. On top of that, we are seeking funding that would help us augment a process that would allow us to have an intercom system and some access control to those doors so that we could have a staff member buzz people in and out as needed.
Okay. The staff member that would be buzzing people in and out, is that a new position? Because you don't, obviously, there are no buzzing and no one dedicated to that task now. So are you looking for a new position for that as well? Someone who maintains the integrity of the security, or?
So we presently do have somebody who works at the window, for lack of a better term. We operate now on the premise that people are going to be compliant and will actually walk up to the window that's very deep into the lobby where the staff member would, address whatever concerns or questions they have. So we don't need an extra person. We just need to kind of build these safety structures in a way that we can control that lobby a little bit better than we can now.
Okay. How many points of access are there into the facility? Is it just the two, or are there more that you're not concerned with?
Throughout the entire facility?
Yeah.
So there are a significant number of access points that will allow people to enter the building from all portions of that building. We were able to get permission to realign our existing budget. We're just getting ready to close it out now to help us address a significant number of safety concerns that we have, to include door access and alarming and video cameras. So we were able to kind of start moving in that direction with all of those other doorways, hallways, a lot of common space that we need to be able to monitor. This is really just for that main lobby, which is really the most wide open portion of the building.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much, folks.
Next up, we have the Department of Health and Human Services. I invite you to come up and give your testimony. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. So we have more than one request. Thank you for having us. I have Dave Wieters with me, who's our Chief Operating Officer, who will walk through most of the items here today. As you can imagine, we actually have quite a bit of capital item requests. I would like to just point out this is probably one of the only years that I've been involved that we've narrowed it down to 8. We usually submit like 15 to 20 some odd, so just trying to be mindful as well. And I'm not sure on the version that you have, if you have the kitchen, New Hampshire Hospital kitchen on that. Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that we have withdrawn that item, or we're looking for alternative funding for that. So that would put these 7 items in front of you today that Dave will walk us through.
Thank you, and thank you for having me today. My name is David Wieters. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for DHHS. And hopefully in your slide deck on the second slide, you'll see 8 capital project requests, 9 including the kitchen that would be stricken or withdrawn. So the first project, Medicaid Enterprise Modular Strategy, I'm going to roll into the third slide here and give you some background. So over the last 4 or 5 years, we've been building a Medicaid enterprise system strategy, and we leverage capital funds for the last couple of years to implement and actually move forward on provider management, systems integrator, data warehouse, pharmacy benefits management, and electronic visit verifications modules. And then we're seeking additional funds to continue that effort. It is a 5-year total project or program that in order to replace that system, we have up to about 14 modules that we're working towards. And this next capital request is to continue that effort and move forward for implementing the third-party liability, which is really maximizing cost avoidance or addressing fraud in the Medicaid program and ensuring that if people have a commercial insurance or other insurance, that Medicaid is the last payer for those claims. And then the next one is care management or member management. It's really looking to integrate our data sources and manage our members, very similar to the New Heights system or our integrated eligibility, but really building upon that and doing care management across all the continuum of care through services at Health and Human Services. And then the last module that's contemplated in this capital request is a call center management. So one of the key components that we're trying to address is when you go to seek services, and you can see this across the state, but if you go to seek services in DHHS, there's a number of different phone numbers that you can call. If you don't know which number to call, you call 1-800-ASK-DHHS, and then they help you get to another call center. And many people don't necessarily enjoy going from one call center to the next and going through call queues. Our goal is to consolidate that and look at a department approach and a whole person or a Citizen 360 approach for call center management. The total cost for this one would be $33,750,000, of which we would be seeking federal funding in the 90% match. And so the general fund impact would be $3,375,000, which you should see in front of you today. The key there is we are very optimistic that this is following Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services plans for replacement. So we would be fairly confident of getting that federal match dollars. The next one, if there wasn't any questions on the Medicaid Enterprise System, I don't know if you want me to stop.
Thanks, David. So you said this would be about a 5-year implementation. Have you, because it sounded like you started some of this already. So are you already somewhere in your 5-year period?
We are. Thank you for the question, Sherry. We are basically 2 years into the 5-year program. So this last 2 years, we've been doing the system integrator and laying the foundation for this implementation. It's taken some time to go through RFPs and get through that. So the system integrator was actually published about 3 weeks ago. And then we implemented an electronic visit verification module back in May or April and May. And then we also are on track with the current capital funding for the pharmacy benefits management solution and the provider management and the data warehousing. So those are all funded with existing capital. This capital request continues that and for the next 2 years of that the next biennium. And then we'll have a subsequent, potentially a subsequent capital request for the following biennium to implement the claims module.
What's the total cost? You mentioned you've already been working on it. What's the cost spent to date? You have the $33.75 million here, and then you mentioned an additional cost. All in, what's the total price tag on this?
So I can give you what we currently have, and I'll try to add it in my head. But the current capital projects that are in place, there's a $90 million capital project for the MMIS or the Medicaid Management Information System reprocurement, and then another $6,700,000, I believe, $750,000 for the data warehouse. So that's $96,750 plus the 33, and I'm not.
Okay, I'll add it up.
and they're all.
And the future request is ballpark at.
Yeah, and just, the future one, we don't have it planned out because we would have to go out and do a lot of the analysis. But I would imagine the claims engine is going to be anywhere from $60 to $100 million to do. And we're looking at alternatives to see if we can avoid that cost in the future and utilize some of the existing system and move forward with that. But that will depend on procurement requirements, fair access to other vendors as well as our federal partners. And as a clarification, those funds that I was giving were total costs. Those are the 100% all in. 90% of that is federal dollars, and 10% of it is general fund. So that will be so if you're looking at 96 plus 33, about 125 million or so. 12.5 million is the general fund impact.
Thank you.
David, oh, sorry, you had said that you were fairly confident with the federal reimbursement. Does that happen at the very end of the project? Do they do approvals along the way at the 90%?
They do approvals along the way. So it's basically, we file the documents in advance. We filed our plan, our total plan of what we're doing, including the claims module. They won't actually approve the dollars until we go and say, this is how much we believe we need for provider management. So what happens is by the time we go to RFP, we've already have approval to be able to submit the RFP based off of the not to exceed amounts.
If you're looking at the, for those of us who aren't computerish, I'm trying to understand how this fits into the whole scheme of government and your operation and all that. So this is about, you're going to spend about 200 million when you're done-ish on.
Fair enough.
Is this all part of quote unquote MMIS and now does that just administer Medicaid? Basing that on its name, or how does that fit into your operation broadly? What does it control, service, do?
So that's a great question, Commissioner. It's both. So the Medicaid enterprise system, the way many states and our states no different is leveraging the Medicaid funds to replace that Medicaid management system with infrastructure that could be used elsewhere. So we're partnering with Department of Information Technology to build some of those foundations. So the system integrator RFP will initially be focused, because that's how we get our funding, on Medicaid recipients and beneficiaries, but then it can scale out to be able to integrate systems for across DHHS, as well as if the Commissioner Goulet needs to be a multi-tenant and used across the state. So we're still in those discussions on how that rolls out, but it is a flexible framework so that we can, it's sort of like the phone company. I look at it as the system integrators, like the phone companies, where I can have a Verizon phone, you can have a T-Mobile phone, but we all can call each other. The system integrator allows for those standards to occur so that you can call me and not have to switch from a T-Mobile phone to a Verizon phone to call me. I don't know if that's a good analogy, but that's
Works for me.
Easiest.
My phone is one of the few devices I am capable of using, although oddly only as a phone. You'll be able to leverage this internally for other client or customer based things that you do outside of eventually outside of the Medicaid space. Is that what you're saying? You're sort of, the architecture will work for, you can bolt on something and you can use it for other client sets, so to speak.
Correct. So, and not all of the modules can you do that with, but the system integrator you can. Pharmacy benefits management, we used to have two contracts, one for public health and one for Medicaid. They were doing very similar functions, so we combined them and they're in one RFP in the future, and there'll be one solution, one pharmacy benefits management system. The data warehouse is another one that we're leveraging as more of a platform as opposed to a Medicaid specific. It's certainly initially funded primarily by Medicaid so that we can get it, the one-time cost built out, and then scale it. So we have to do cost allocations and make sure that we are upfront with our federal partners that we're going to scale it, and that if Children, Youth, and Families decides to use that warehouse, they need to come up with funds from Administration for Children and Families and general funds to do their expansion. But it's much less expensive to expand on an existing platform. And like, if you take an analogy of a building, you can build a building and then you can add you can split the rooms up with additional internal walls, cheaper than building multiple buildings.
Can I say you're building a road and you can drive other cars on it?
That's certainly how a system integrator would be, yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, enough. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
I just
Commissioner.
wanted to comment that, not only is there potential reuse for some of this stuff inside DHHS, but also the way we've been approaching together, which I do appreciate the collaboration. Other agencies, in some cases, can leverage as well. So we have examples already where things that were invested in at DHHS, maybe initially were designed in a way that other agencies could use them. And we're doing that in a number of spaces, the electronic business intelligence, the Salesforce, standardizing on that platform. So the state as a whole is benefiting from that approach, not just the DHHS agency. So.
Sorry, I just had one other. Is this going to be a cloud-based system, or will it be on-prem in the future?
Currently, the majority of these solutions are planned to be cloud-based. There might be some hybrid solutions depending on the needs. And so that it comes down to requirements. So like the data warehouse will certainly be a hybrid solution at first, but there might be a transition to the cloud entirely, whereas the system integrator is planned to be in the cloud entirely.
I was just wondering if there's additional sort of operating costs that you'll start to incur that you don't have today, or savings from costs you have today that you won't need in the future.
Yeah, certainly. So the operating costs on this particular capital request is about $15 million, and that's for the professional services to support the solution, the help desk type support, maintaining the cloud infrastructure, and being able to support additional enhancements at a very, not major uplifts, but upgrading, maintaining the hardware, maintaining the software versions so that we don't have to worry about that internally, where in the past, in many organizations, you don't fund the maintenance of it, and then you have systems that fail. That $15 million, which our plan is to go through certification processes, which we then can be eligible to get 75% federal match for the Medicaid component and a smaller match for the other divisions components. So it won't be an exact 75%, will probably be a mix. And Mary Calise behind me might have some additional information if you want to talk about that, but we'll be working on the cost allocation methodology as we go forward.
Would that be something that would be in your 26, 27 operating budget, or is it too soon to have that because you're still maybe only halfway through the project?
We would anticipate, this one, we would not anticipate any operating expense in the next biennium.
Gotcha.
We do anticipate some operating expense from the system integrator because that should be implemented prior to the end of next year. And so you'll see some operating from the current biennium's capital budgets.
Okay.
Did you have something? Okay, so then slide 4 are the modernized eligibility system services. You'll hear me say New Hampshire Easy or New Heights. Those are our fun terms for the integrated eligibility and enrollment solution that enables people to take advantage of or apply for and be determined for eligibility for Medicaid, TANF, SNAP, childcare, and WIC programming. It also supports, recently we implemented the developmental disabilities, and we're moving in the aging and adult population system into that platform. So one of the challenges we have is that platform, we've had it for a little over, 24 years, 25 years. And we've gone out to RFP twice in that time frame. We continue to enhance it and replatform it to maintain the health of that system. But one of the things that we haven't done is really modernize and take advantage of the digital environment that we could do today. So for people to apply for services, they have to download a PDF and they can fill it in and then they submit it. Whereas most technologies today, you can type in the information online, click the submit, and it puts it into the system. And it's more of a self-service function. Ours is a little bit more manual processing where they fill out the application, they submit it, and then it goes to a person to move it forward. This capital project will allow for that digital self-service function to do multiple things, complaint and inquiry management, but also manage third-party verifications, do really focus on our outreach using SMS or text messaging, as well as email communications. And then, as I was talking about forms digitization, really that's a barrier for a lot of people that are used to technology. I would say we will always offer a paper process because it's required by our federal partners. There will always be an in-person option, a phone option, and all the other options. But a large majority of our beneficiaries are moving to cell phones and internet-based services. And so we're trying to meet people where they're at.
So I just wanted to add, this is a critical piece. Dave can speak to the technology side of it, but this is a real pinch point for the department in terms of determining eligibility in a timely fashion. So we're managing a lot of constituent complaints and concerns about that, and part of that is updating the system to be in par with what the demand has been. So automation is going to be one way to speed that up because we just don't have the workforce right now to be able to do that.
And again, this one has a different federal match. So because of the different programs that it supports, and like I was talking about, SNAP, which is food stamps, and TANF, which is cash assistance, and Medicaid, and then you have childcare, WIC, and then developmental disabilities. All of our federal partners give us different funding based off of what their parameters are. So you'll see that federal match is 65%, and it's because of that hybrid component. Okay. Todd, do you want to come up and talk to me? And I'm going to pass this over to Todd really quick to speak to the Glencliff Home Security System.
So as Todd's joining, I just want to preface that, as we all know, we're looking, as Charlie knows, we're looking at all safety throughout all of our facilities. So Glencliff is no exception to that. And we do have some vulnerable points here that need to be addressed. I'll let Todd speak to that.
Hello, I'm Todd Bickford, the Executive Director of Glencliff Home. Thank you for having me. This project is to expand a infant system that we currently have. In 2017, we were able to install some interior cameras and some magnetic locks on our doors. But we weren't able to fully do our whole campus. If you've ever been to Glencliff Home, we're pretty expansive. We have 70 acres and 22 buildings. Right now, the 2 resident buildings have the cameras and the locked doors, but we weren't able to do the exterior or the other buildings. And again, most of the buildings are connected by tunnels. There's 22 entrances to the resident areas, and not all of them are secure. And that does not include the administration building and maintenance buildings and all those other buildings. So this project is kind of a combination of adding more cameras, adding more locked doors, and then expanding the Wi-Fi system. Right now, we only have Wi-Fi in the resident areas, nowhere else on campus. And again, if you've ever been to Glencliff, we are kind of remote. We have no cell phone coverage. So right now, if God forbid we were to have an incident that's similar to what happened in New Hampshire Hospital, areas wouldn't know. The laundry, the maintenance, other areas like that, even the administration building would not be made aware because there's no universal way to communicate to all of our staff. So this is, like I said, kind of a combination of adding more hard barriers to exterior threats and then opening up communication so that we can have a better response to any crisis. It also would be extremely helpful with the outside cameras in case there's an internal crisis, such as a resident trying to elope or wander off. Right now, we would be able to identify which door they went out, but then that would be it. So if we had some exterior cameras, then we'd be able to see which direction they went into, so we'd be able to go get them.
I have a small question. What's your current population?
Today we're at 71. We have been capping our census at 75 out of 120 beds due to staffing. We're still running about a 40% vacancy rate for nurses and LNAs.
It's a big issue everywhere, I think. You have no cell phone coverage. This is a dumb technical question, but I'm here to ask the dumb questions. Is there no modern technology where you could put a thing that creates like a mini hotspot kind of, do you know what I mean?
So I'm at the same level as you as technology.
Okay.
We
might have to ask Dennis.
This is where we turn to Dennis, and
Yes.
I think it's a dead zone issue too, isn't it?
Yes. So
You
we
can't wire into something and create like a small zone?
Yes, yeah, you can do almost anything with the appropriate amount of money.
Oh. Well, that's well put.
we have tried some of the lower priced like boosters, and we can maybe get one bar on the top floor right corner of the building, kind of thing.
Yeah, it doesn't work in my house either.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Continuing on, the next slide, ADRC, I apologize for the acronym, it's Aging Disability Resource Center, Information and Referral System. Sorry? Oh, and the more common name that you will hear that information referral system called is ServiceLink. And basically what that ServiceLink system does is it connects our aging population with services. And it's really providing that information referral for about just under 14,000 clients use that caregiver program. And that solution's been in place for a little over a decade, actually probably more like 15 years. And it's been aging out. And so we've been trying to submit capital program to replace that system so that we could maintain the services, but then leveraging tools like the system integrator from the MES program that we were talking about earlier, we would interface it with our other systems so that we can understand how people are getting admitted, discharged, and transferred between facilities, as well as how they could get referrals for other services using other programs that we have in place. So this system will really be focusing on building that solution to support that individual and family directions and create that continuous quality improvement for the client's needs. I think you have.
Could you tell that I was hovering over my microphone? I wanted to say something. What I wanted to point out is that we're in the middle of implementing legislation from not this session, but last session regarding establishing a system of care for for long-term support services. So this system is critical infrastructure to running that system. So as much as we also have the things that we need to do, we're required to have this system to run, this tech system to run that system of care that we're standing up.
I would just note that here's where we really miss Senator D'Alessandro, because he would at this point give us a lecture on the history of ServiceLink and how he was here when it was implemented. And I know that that's actually something very near and dear to him.
And the good news
Let's assume that was said and he's across the hall if you want to go hear it.
The good news is that we share the ServiceLink because we're using the new acronym and the new name and improving the whole system that is long overdue for a rehaul. So he would be happy, actually.
So the next slide is multi-language support for client notices. And this is really, again, another addition to the New Heights integrated eligibility and enrollment system. And one of the components there is we're currently in violation of civil rights in terms of providing notices in different languages in our state. So 4.7% of our population doesn't speak English. However, we are obligated to translate our notices into at least the primary and secondary spoken language, which is Spanish is the secondary. So this will allow us to be compliant with federal requirements to support the use of certain languages for communication. And it specifically allows for people that don't speak English to be able to read the notice and understand that they were determined and eligible for a service and what the steps are that they need to take in order to become eligible for those services. This one is another one of those capital projects that we can seek 90% federal funds to implement. And so it would have a general fund impact of $121,524 and a total dollar of $1,215,236. This is a very exacting number because we have an existing contract with the vendor and we know what the cost would be for this solution. We would need to seek an amendment for that contract to do that work. And then the next capital project that we have is a document management and retention. So this is really focused at supporting document management and retention for the whole department. We have an existing system that we leverage for document management and retention, and it's been focused on child support, children, youth, and families, long-term supports and services, and integrated eligibility. This would allow us to expand it to the remaining parts of our department to allow for not only the ability to retain records the way we are supposed to, where we have different amounts of time in order to retain them, but able to access those records in a timely fashion for different solutions like right to know requests for 91A, litigation requests associated with any type of court hearing, as well as moving forward with providing case management support for individuals to be able to retrieve that information in a timely manner. This is one of those projects that we've been implementing incrementally over the many years, and this would get us over the hump to be able to move forward for the whole department for doing document management and retention. The funding on this one is estimated at 50% federal funds, and that's because we would be seeking funds across multiple divisions with different federal partners. And just to reiterate, it would be really focused on retrieving data for right to know. If I did miss that, I apologize, but I want to make sure that
I know we're all spending a lot of time on discovery and finding a way to automate it obviously saves staff time that we're taking away from doing other things, so.
With the 50% looks like federal match on this, what federal program is there that's providing us money for documentation, for document retention?
So most of our federal programs require us to maintain records. And so the way we would write the proposal to Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, as well as Administration for Children and Families, those are the two primary federal partners, would be that in order to implement these systems that we have, so the Medicaid Enterprise System, as well as the Granite Families or Bridges solution that supports DCYF, we need to maintain our documents and have that record retention component. And natively, applications don't do document retention. You need a separate system to do that. That basically you say, this is a record, it has a 7-year retention. After 7 years, destroy it. And it's not up to a case manager to make that decision. It's usually in law that says this is how long you're allowed to retain a record. Medical records have a certain determination of time. And we have that at the state level. We have the state librarian has published a record retention schedule that we're obligated to follow. But without this type of solution, it's really up to individuals to figure out, is this a 7-year, a 3-year, 20-year, and lifetime record? And it's really difficult for us to manage with the millions of records that we handle on a daily basis. So I don't know if I answered your question, but most of the funding would be coming, the matching dollars would be coming from Administration for Children and Families and Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And for the remaining two capital projects, I was going to bring up Ellen LaPointe, our CEO of New Hampshire Hospital.
Elevators. We've got 7 in need.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen LaPointe. I'm the CEO at New Hampshire Hospital, and I get to give the elevator speech. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. So I wanted to bring to your attention the DHHS elevator replacements. 4 of them are located at New Hampshire Hospital. 2 of them are located at the Anna Philbrook building, which New Hampshire Hospital has oversight of for the past 3 years or so. And 1 is actually at Glencliff Home. And Todd, of course, is here if you have questions about that one. But the concern is that all of these elevators are original to both New Hampshire Hospital and the Philbrook building. So the 4 New Hampshire Hospital elevators were put in early 1980s. And we are not looking for total elevator replacement. What we're really looking for is modernization to both the controls and the power functions of these elevators so that they can stay in service. We have unfortunately had several occasions on a frequent basis where one or more of these elevators are out of service for a significant lengths of time, and they do disrupt patient care. As you can see, 3 of them are passenger elevators, which patients do utilize, and one of them is our freight elevator, which is required to move supplies and equipment throughout the facility. In regards to the 2 elevators at the Anna Philbrook building, they are also original to that facility and are that much more aged, having been put in the mid-1960s. These elevators are accessible to both patients who reside in the NFI Pathways program, as well as to staff. And we do have members of staff at that building who are employed by New Hampshire Hospital who do require utilization of the elevator due to their disabilities. So in general, in that elevator, those elevators, one of them in particular has been down for the past several weeks due to inability to repair it and obtain parts given its age. So these are of significant need for us to be able to provide appropriate patient care.
I have a question on that. Maybe this is a question that Commissioner Arlinghouse might be able to answer, and that is, you have these requests in your capital budget for these elevators. There's another request for the Brown Building elevators in the Commissioner's budget, capital budget request. Why are some of HHS's elevators coming from admin services, and why are some coming from HHS?
Want me to do that?
Let's see who can hit the button first.
The admin services manages most state buildings. We generally do not manage the state buildings in which people sleep on purpose.
We call it patient care.
Well, I was trying to include Helen as well, which isn't always patient care. But New Hampshire Hospital, because Anna Philbrook, which we used to manage and don't anymore, is a patient building now. And then transitional housing's on the campus. And then Sununu Center, Glen Cliff. And something else, which doesn't come to Veterans.
Hampstead and New Hampshire Hospital.
Hampstead Hospital Veterans Home. So Brown, we take care of. And the elevator is just as bad. I mean, I feel, I don't mean to minimize how bad the elevators are, but state elevators are, a couple of these, I'm like, wow, that's bad. And a couple of them, I'm like, okay, I don't know. But they're all bad.
Hello again. I'm back up for, I believe, which is the last one, which is the Glencliff Home Fuel System Upgrade. It's pretty straightforward. This is our gas station, basically, that we have on campus. That is over 28 years old, and it has failed numerous inspections, but they have grandfathered it in, knowing that our system is no longer able to provide parts. Last time we repaired it, we had to go to a DOT shop that was decommissioning one of their pumps, and we stole some of the components from, borrowed some of the components from them. Basically, we have a fleet of 22 vehicles that we maintain. If we did not have this source of fuel, we would have to drive to the nearest gas station and pay probably 15 to 20% more per gallon, plus the time of staff and mileage. So this would replace the pumps, replace the tanks, replace the spill management system. And currently, the old pump is literally in the middle of our grounds parking area with a telephone pole and low hung wires, which about 3 years ago did get knocked down by a truck that went through there. So this would put all of that type of things underground and make it a much more safe parking lot area.
And just for those that don't know, it's a self-sustaining campus, so the reason why they do everything, I mean, they generate their own electricity and take care of
Yes.
everything on site.
Do our own snow plowing and all those fun things.
Thank you very much. Don't see any other
Thank you.
questions, so thank you very much for your testimony. Department of Corrections. I'd like to invite you up for your testimony. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the state. For the record, my name is Helen Hanks. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. To my right is Heidi Laramie, our Administrator of Logistics. It is my great privilege to talk to you about the capital budget infrastructure for the Department of Corrections. The PowerPoint that we're passing out before you on slide 2 is literally a summary of the 15 priority projects I'm going to talk about today. And I wanted to emphasize the total amount saved for deferred projects if the state moves forward with replacing the New Hampshire State Prison for Men is approximately $91 million. Cost of projects that we believe we cannot postpone is $18.7 million. And of that $18.7 million, there may be another $7 million we could postpone, and I'll talk about that as we go through the presentation. Moving on to the next slide, our priority number 1 project, and I would like to pause and take a moment and thank Senator Gray as a prime sponsor of a bill that put forward legislation this year that received the support of the legislature in a unique roundabout way. But a $40 million allocation will be headed to the governor's desk to continue the groundwork that we need to do to diligently put a cost proposal forward to the state to replace the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. That is priority number 1. The original structures built in 1878 are still being used. And in addition to our reception and diagnostic area, originally built in 1940, referred to as the annex, is still in use every single day as the primary booking location for men who are incarcerated with the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. There were major renovations in the 1980s to our special housing unit, our closed custody unit, our secure psychiatric unit, our residential treatment unit, and it continued on with our medium custody north, medium custody south, so on and so forth, with our Hancock building coming in the 1990s. Newer industry renovations and buildings, and some, there's a hodgepodge of infrastructure on that campus, and as a result, we continue to see physical plant surprises like I've never seen architecturally, including ramps that are roofs that are over our kitchen area, ramps that are roof over staff entry points into facilities, mold remediation projects that occur that I have to find paths forward to, roofs literally being blown off. We have short block veneer that is mounted to concrete, and the bolts that secure that veneer to the concrete are rusted away. Some of those are 35 feet high. We continue to monitor those for fear they're going to fall off the concrete walls. The laundry list of issues on that campus is significant. And I do want to continue to remind people the mission of the Department of Corrections is to provide infrastructure that's rehabilitative, safe, and humane. And I'm going to continue to advocate to replace the New Hampshire State Prison for Men so we meet that mission. We can have a facility that is efficient with technology, that affords staff on a day like this where we're sitting in an air-conditioned suite. The New Hampshire State Prison for Men staff are working hard 24/7 in hot, grueling locations in addition to the individuals incarcerated in that infrastructure. So I will not continue on because I know this is first of many conversations on this project. Priority number 2 is additional funding for our steam lines and traps. It is clear as we've worked through existing steam line projects, we have continue to have substantial leaks and mechanical issues that have been found because our partners in Concord are letting us know that we have abnormally high water usage, and we're finding those leaks in the existing project. We continue to need to replace the steam lines Some of those pathways also still date back to 1878. Those projects are expensive because you have to dig through the concrete yard and all sorts of coal pockets that pre-exist that physical plant's infrastructure. I think the pictures really speak for themselves. Priority number 3, I'm going to take a twist on you and talk about our New Hampshire Correctional Facility for Men in Berlin. It is time to replace the body alarm system. That is called a personal duress system. I also call it a man-down system. The company Bosch that provided our original system in 2000 no longer provides this product. You cannot buy this product. It is a primary defense for our staff in that institution to alert that they are in duress and they need emergency response. So our correctional line personnel, who are nurses or social workers or case managers or teachers, these systems are critical when you run a correctional institution. We replace about 20 a year, and we need to upgrade this product so we continue to provide safety resources to the staff dedicated within that institution. Priority number 4 is the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. See how I brought you back to that infrastructure. Talking about our electronic controls and our camera installation. This is really part number 2 of a facility-wide replacement of our old analog to a digital system. There's a lot of money that needs to be spent on wiring, digital head-in equipment. These are belong in a museum, as you can see on priority number 4. We ran short of money to complete that project, and so this amount of money would afford us to replace approximately 301 cameras. These are absolutely critical for both transparency, awareness. We continue to pass our Prison Rape Elimination Act audit because we can see things in places that are critically important, and this continues to build on that. I was just in the institution last week. A fight broke out. If we did not have the cameras, we could not have seen what the instigation event was. We would not be able to move forward and press charges for the assault on my staff. So these cameras augment the safety of the institution, and that's why they're priority number 4. Priority number 5 is to replace the fire alarm systems. Ms. Laramie came forward to let me know this fine news. This is for approximately 400,000 square feet of fire alarm systems across both the men's prison campus, transitional housing units, and some other DOC facilities. What we have learned from working with several outside vendors is that from previous work, we found a myriad of issues of wiring and junction boxes that have no rhyme or reason, that we don't understand how they were wired from one place to another. It is failing and it creates false alarms. It does not give us the solidarity that a fire alarm, when it goes off, is truly a fire. We don't need to create emergencies in an institution where an emergency is something we take very clearly at the forefront of our work. This project will replace existing systems, put in new code compliant fire alarm systems. And obviously that's a critical issue when you have 1,500 people charged in your responsibility on our southern campus. Priority number 6 continues to be the HVAC units that use R2 refrigerant. R2 refrigerant was federally banned by the EPA in 2010. It had a 10-year plan where in 2020 they were no longer legally allowed to produce R2020. The only thing you can do now is get reclaimed R2020 for systems that they're taking down and use used R2020. So we need to replace at least 8 large HVAC units on the New Hampshire State Prison for Men and their related components to continue to provide air filtration system on that campus. Priority number 7 is to replace the reception and diagnostic building. The reception and diagnostic building houses over 120 individuals. It's capable of doing that. The building is referred to as a Van Dorm style building. I can hear John Hansen's voice in my head. He is very interested in this aged architecture. It does not exist anywhere else. It is definitely a historical location, and it has challenges both in that there are the bars themselves in an area where the risk of suicide is already imminent because you're newly booked or returning. That is scientifically demonstrated through corrections. You can tie things on here. It is not an automated or electrical system. You have to use levers to pop these doors open, and those are no longer reliable. The chaseways for repair are a challenge. The plumbing in this space is a challenge. We are challenged to find someone to repair a current leak. In addition to the exterior walls have cracks you can see through. We're challenged wondering about the brick veneer on the outside. This space needs to be replaced, period. It doesn't even afford us proper processes to properly screen newly booked individuals. We've had instances where people have almost brought in cell phones and other items. Just yesterday, in a tragic news event in the Georgia Department of Corrections, someone brought in a handgun that was used to kill a kitchen worker in their correctional institution. And some of those things happen literally because you don't have good screening procedures, processes, and physical plant. We need to remove those challenges and enhance the security and safety in these institutions. There are real tragedies we can avoid. Priority number 7, I already did that one, didn't I? I'm just showing you more pictures. Priority number 8, this one seems really little. This is a 5,000 gallon non-compliant diesel tank. We want to remove this underground diesel storage tank. It leaks. It needs to be taken away. It has blasted. They last about 25 years. I can venture to guess how long you think that's been there. It was installed in 1994. So it is beyond its useful life. We want to replace it actually with an above ground storage diesel tank for the use right outside our warehouse here at the Concord facility. Moving on to priority number 9, we have been working steadily through the guidance of the Department of Labor with Commissioner Merrifield to replace our boilers. This is the last of 3 boilers that we need to provide steam to the Concord Men's Prison. It is beyond its repair and needs to be replaced. The boiler is over 40 years old. It's a Cleaver Brooks tube style boiler. Those typically have a life expectancy of 25 years. So we've really gotten our money's worth at this point. The deaerator and surge tanks are also 40 years old, and they also are prone to leaking. So we need to replace that. Priority number 10 continues around our security perimeter systems and fences at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men, wall and detection systems. Clearly, it's our first point of awareness, both if somebody's trying to get out and that somebody who's not supposed to come in is trying to come in. We did receive an apportionment, but that only took us a short distance of linear feet, and we continue to have infrastructure problems on our fence detection that I will not go into public detail on. Priority number 11 is a sample of one of many control rooms at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. So as you can imagine, working in a space, and I think she politely took out the part where there's an actual toilet in that space, and in some spaces there is no toilet. Individuals who are working in these 24-hour spaces, the technology that we've advanced is good, but the spaces in which we've put them do not have air or cooling control. So we are actually causing a risk to the efficiency we're getting by adding technology because we don't have enough HVAC and infrastructure control to cool and dehumidify the spaces. When a staff member is in a control room where there is no facilities, they wait over approximately 15 minutes to be relieved to go relieve themselves. And we need to create a better system as we look at these control rooms and try to help staff work through the nuances of the old aged infrastructure. And we need to make sure that the technology we've implemented continues to be a resource and that we don't degrade it because our physical plant is doing that. Priority number 12 is to replace the electrical transformers. We've had those hit by lightning in 2017, one of my first moments working with Commissioner Arlinghouse. It was struck by lightning. I found out the age of those transformers. We also had a split in electrical lines in the ground where the electricity leaked into the ground and individuals could have been electrocuted and died. I'm not catastrophizing. These are the real things that we deal with in corrections, so please know that. We just had another transformer during a storm event blow, and we've had to find old transformers to replace them. But ultimately, we need to replace the 8 electrical transformers to something current and modern that is sustainable and that we don't literally have to drive to Ohio to find one. Priority number 13 is a continued request. We received ARPA funding for our medium custody south and north general population units. Those house the largest number of individuals at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. But we need to continue to work on replacing our area handlers and ductwork throughout the institution. They are rusted, they are corroded. I shared with you the number of years of architectural builds over time. Some of these are built in places where they didn't connect them correctly. They're actually underrated for the workload they need to produce. They're retrofitted in attic spaces and other spaces that have had rhyme or reason then, but as the infrastructure and the plant expanded, they do not now. So many of them need to be upsized and relocated, but many of them need simply to be replaced because they are imminently falling down or have fallen down. They need to have fans, motors, belts, and other related equipment replaced, and they are beyond their repair. I'm almost done with this exciting good news. Priority number 14 is to replace the correctional grade security windows vents facility-wide. Correctional grade windows are not windows you can just take out and repair like in your home. These are concrete rebar cemented into the infrastructure, purposely done so you cannot get out of them. But in the course of doing that, in order to replace them, you have to concrete cut through those windows. We still need to incarcerate, need to then secure back up the window while you're replacing the window. This is a methodical process that would have to occur across the whole campus. This project is the one that, depending on a rebuild, we would try to put it off for as long as we can. In addition, these windows are secured, so when the self-directed ventilation that is installed in them breaks, where the resident can control the air moving in or the air moving out in our four-seasoned location, that becomes a problem. So if they lock in place and I can't get them open, the air moving in and out doesn't continue to happen. When it's the winter, it's going to happen and it's going to be cold and we have to try to work around those things. This is 832 windows across this campus in all sorts of locations. The other very important part, these windows, literally it's hard to see through them anymore. So line of sight to make sure the things happening in that room or what should be happening become very challenging. And I can't understate that. That's a safety issue as well. Here we are, priority number 15. I told you I was only going to talk about 15 of them. We drive around our campus. We need to repair and repave these roads. As I replace our vehicles, we are actually damaging our new vehicles because the roads have such poor road quality to them that we're hitting potholes. Drains and drainage have sunk. We have major problems across the perimeter roads. We go around and round the road every single day. In addition to the parking lots that exist on the campus where both staff and those attending parole hearings go to, those are 7 parking lots. They haven't been paved in over 30 years. And some of the initial paving was literally just a skim coat over a gravel parking lot because that's what they could afford. So the road conditions are causing damage to our perimeter vehicles. They have not been maintained. The soils beneath some of the drainage ways need to be examined and replaced. And that is what priority number 15 is all about. So with that, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions, clarify, or just leave you in awe.
I have many questions. The first one is just to get an overview. You have the replacement of the men's prison, then you have a lot of upgrades to the existing prison. Is this an either or, do the men's prison or we need these upgrades, or we're going to need a men's prison be built and we need these upgrades now?
So on the second, thank you for that question. On the second slide, we put an asterisk next to projects that we don't feel we can postpone, and that again accounts for about 18.7 million. That page looks like this. That could be potentially reduced by another 7 million if we can put off the windows project. But those are things that we need to continue to ask for funding for while the process occurs regarding a replacement facility for the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. So there is about $91 million I can tell you today that, depending on the build of that project and move-in date, we are hopeful of working toward avoiding expending that and using those funds toward a replacement facility rather than the infrastructure we have today.
Okay. This question is a bit complicated in the fact that the prison is $580 million. You received $10 million in the budget last year. You're about to get another $40 million from the bill that Senator Gray sponsored, which leaves you $530 million short. As the governor mentioned in his opening statement, we normally give $120 million per biennium and for the capital budget, which if we gave every penny to the men's prison, that would take about 4.5 bienniums or close to 9 years to get it done. I know you've had conversations both with myself and with the state treasurer. Yes, if you could enlighten us on, are you working on a plan that would enable you to meet your financing goals?
Yeah, thank you for that. I've been working with the state treasurer and her team. They've been very helpful in understanding this is a unique project for the state. We both agreed verbally that this would require separate legislative language so that the state treasurer could look at something more like a 20 or 30 year, and I'm going to equate it to a mortgage or bond in that essence, because the life expectancy of a new replacement facility would outweigh the life of that bond, and the return on investment would balance that action. So she and I are very much hand in hand in discussing how the state could move forward without impacting the current capital budget process, but it would have to be supported through separate legislation and more specifically targeted language, much like the language we created for the $40 million, using that concept, but also understanding that a new facility, given the years and discussions I just had with you, would have a lot longer life than 30 years.
Okay. And given the complications here of getting the financing and obviously the complications that will arise in actually constructing the facility, if everything goes according to the best case scenario timeframe you have in your mind, what are we looking at for a completion date for this project? Assuming you can get the financing in a reasonable amount of time that you would expect, and then the construction after that.
Yeah, I would work hand in hand with members of Ted Cupper's team and our experience, both learned experience and lived experience with the New Hampshire Correctional Facility for Women, so that we don't relive things that were not good steps there. But I would hope that between the work we're doing now and a 10-year period, we would be moving very steadily forward to knowing a move-in date. If that is certainly an absurd speculation, I want that man to certainly chime in. But I think if all hands were involved in moving in an expeditious way and there was support for the legislation to fund it, I don't think a 10-year plan would be out of the realm of possibilities. See the nod? We have good experience together.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hi, Helen.
Hi.
On priority number 5 on the slide, it says all applicable southern states in parentheses.
Sites, yeah.
Sites, yeah, what does that mean?
Yep, so that's when I discussed that. It's New Hampshire State Prison for Men, our transitional housing units. They all need their fire alarm systems upgraded, and I am forgetting a location, so bear. Our transitional work center.
Okay, all right, thanks.
You're welcome.
I thought I'd ask about the prison. So we built a women's prison recently. At least I think it's recently, right?
We moved in 2018.
Is it that long ago? I guess it would be, yeah, after the locks worked. It's one building, it's one prison, and it houses how many people, ballpark?
It was sized for 224.
224, and then a new men's prison would be sized for about?
So part of the $50 million would do the programmatic analysis and look at population progression. Progressions. And right now, the New Hampshire State Prison for Men has approximately 1,200 people incarcerated there. In 2010 and 11, if we change any legislation around sentencing, we've housed up to 1,700 to 1,800. So looking at population is absolutely contingent on what the state is doing with regard to felony sentencing.
Would you build one prison? Or would you build, I don't know exactly how to express what's in my head, but, I mean, one of the things that happens is you have, it's not one giant building, right?
Right.
Are there savings to be had? I don't mean from a building standpoint, but operationally or whatever, from something that resembles modular, or you have 4 buildings on the same site that are, like you go to a big college and they don't, except in a really stupid giant state school, have one giant dorm, right? They have like 8.
Yeah. Does
that make some sense? Is there opportunity there?
Well, Commissioner Arlinghos, your question is absolutely relative to what that $50 million will buy us. One part that people should be aware of, when you look at a campus style of infrastructure where there are multiple buildings, you have to look at all the plumbing and electrical and all those lines you're creating, and then you have to look at the staffing. So if I'm staffing 6 buildings and I can gain no efficiency, I'm almost in the same situation I am now, without talking about technology. So I'm not going to be able to answer your question about what the right build is, but the $50 million is supposed to help us get to that with bid spec documents.
It's one of the things you're looking at with that, is to
Absolutely.
say,
Yep.
how can I make it staffing more efficient? How can I make, if I have 1,200 people instead of 1,600 people?
And by nature of having different classification levels where people are more high risk versus low risk, there will be a physical plant separation, but I'm hesitant to try to speculate on how that would look with buildings at this point.
And you've seen significant reduction in the number of people incarcerated in the last, 10, 15 years, in that range?
Absolutely. We have done a great job as a state in looking at both incarceration rate and public safety, both through specialty courts and all of the actions across the state, to see over a 28% reduction in the overall incarcerated population.
Are those largely policy-driven, or is some of it societal?
They're policy-driven. It's also the state, the Department of Corrections deserves accolades. We've reduced our recidivism rate by 7% since 2018, and we continue to see a reduction because we're targeting one primary area that causes people to return to incarceration, and that's both substance use disorder and substance misuse. So both with the work we're doing while someone's incarcerated and the reentry work we're doing post-release, we're reducing people's return to incarceration, which has been the state's systemic problem. And in addition to the work we're doing with the Department of Health and Human Services, seeking Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services waiver under the 1115A to build continued strong bridges to reentering the community. We're both making great policy decisions, but operational decisions and collaboration decisions.
Like the rest of us, you have an aging population, I think.
I think that the way in which people think about age is not the same in incarceration. So the life choices that I might engage in if I'm a person who has had repeat interactions with the justice system is going to impact me differently when I'm getting hepatitis C and other things. So I want to be careful that aged in corrections could be more like 55 and not aged like 65 plus, depending on what that matter is. And I know people of all ages that are quite healthy. But to the point of the matter, we're facing the treatment of chronic illnesses associated with both substance use disorder and lack of attention to healthcare issues, whether it's type 2 diabetic, hypertension, hepatitis C, HIV, and the due course of the effect of opioid use disorder on the body.
In general, though, your population has probably higher healthcare needs than the population as a whole.
Yep, that's very fair to say. And again, reminding us that the cost of our healthcare and incarceration is to the general fund, and that Medicaid only covers inpatient eligible stays.
When we think of, a lot of us, when we think of a prison, tend to, I'm going to date myself here, tend to think of Otis on the Andy Griffith Show, right? And it's just a, cinder block cell with a door that happens to be made out of bars. But it's much more complicated than that. To some extent, do you have housing requirements, housing issues where the person, though incarcerated, unable to leave for the day, is not in a setting that looks stereotypically prison-like because of the healthcare issues? It's more hospital-ish.
Well, it's fair to say even our infirmary at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men needs to be updated. So it looks like a room where we put 4 hospital beds. It's got see-through windows so we can see what's happening, but we need more, I'll call it central service space to the point of your question, to deal with those health conditions. Right now, it is a renovated space that is a large rectangular space that used to be a cell block that was converted to a health services space. So to be mindful, and as a good example, the New Hampshire Correctional Facility for Women, we designed that with rehabilitation in mind. And when I talked about the recidivism rate for women is decreasing faster than the recidivism rate for men. We moved into the New Hampshire Correctional Facility for Women in 2018. Their recidivism rate is looking from what used to be a high 46% to closer to 30%. So the infrastructure matters in addition to all the other things I've said. When you look specifically at men, you have to look at how the infrastructure is impacting the delivery of rehabilitation at the same time.
Well, that's interesting.
I thought you'd find that interesting.
Yeah. And you seem to incarcerate many more men than you do women.
Sir, I don't incarcerate anyone. The judicial system does. I accept them based on the sentencing order.
It's very good.
You're welcome.
Just pointing that out, it just seems unfortunate. I don't know, maybe that says something about men.
Well, you're more statistically likely to be incarcerated than I am then based on that statistic, right?
Yeah, well, let's not go too far. shall
Well, I just wanted to say something
Thank you.
silly.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much for your time.
And next up, and ending today's session, is going to be Department of Information Technology.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Dennis Goulet, the Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology. Just have 3 requests to go through with you today. The summaries on the second slide. As usual, cybersecurity is number 1. And, you know, I don't expect that to change. Each biennium I've come with my first priority being cybersecurity, and that reflects my peers around the country who have voted cybersecurity as their number 1 priority for over a decade. So moving on to slide 3. So high level, each year, month, day, you know, the pace seems to be increasing, but our enemies and the criminals just keep, you know, getting better at defeating whatever we put in to protect data, but also protect continuity of government. And that's a big change that we've seen over the past few years where, you know, it used to be, we'd be concerned with, oh, there was a data breach, people's data is out there, and that's a concern for the privacy of data. But now very much we're concerned with continuity of government. The most basic is, you know, where, you know, what they call a business email compromise, where somebody gives up their credentials and actually allows criminals to take money, which then is money you might have spent running the government. And we've seen that in around New Hampshire and around the country. But more severe is ransomware, which we're seeing, you know, really put entire, you know, school systems out of business. We've seen, you know, police departments be shut down and running manual for months, you know, going from complex, sophisticated dispatching systems to paper. So it's something that we take exceptionally seriously. And really, each biennium we're looking at, what do we think the appropriate investment level is in new tools and procedures so that we'll try to at least stay up with this. And then you see subsequent operating expense being layered on in the subsequent biennium. So little by little, actually, the amount we're spending on cybersecurity is creeping up on a biennial basis. So one of the things we've noticed and we're having to spend more time on, and you'll see that reflected in the first paragraph, is we connect up to other law enforcement agencies to share information. We connect up with our municipalities to do vehicle registration and things, interfaces. So if something happens in their environments, it puts a risk to our environment. So getting better at noticing that, protecting that is part of what we're doing, but also with the state and local cyber grant program monies, that's federal monies that were appropriated under the infrastructure bill. We're investing in those communities to improve their cyber posture as well. So kind of hitting it from both sides. This money is not being asked for to do anything in municipalities. The state and local cyber grant program monies, which we're in year 2 now, we've gotten through the accept and expend process for year 2 of that money. I think the total is a little over 14 million over 4 years, and we're hoping that the federal government will re-up that grant when the time comes, when we're approaching the end of it. So really, without going into this is pretty geeked out stuff. I tried to give you a high level explanation of what we're trying to do, and I'll stop and take questions on cybersecurity before I move on.
Dennis, this is more of a general question, but previous capital budgets, how much have you received in the last, let's say, maybe 2 bienniums, or do you have any sense?
I want to say it's a little under $4 million over the last 2 biennia.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
And we're consistently spending it.
Okay.
Investing it, I should say. Okay. Moving on. IT service management. That's as a concept, IT service management, or ITSM, because we love acronyms in state government, is really the maturation of how we define and deliver IT services. There are areas where New Hampshire is ahead of other states, and this isn't one of them. So we've been using old tools and processes, and partly because it's kind of expensive to get from where we are to where we think we should be in terms of that maturity level. Last biennium, we said, all right, well, let's start and do phase 1, which was really around defining what it is, looking at our existing processes, things like that. And we're well down the path of doing that right now. This request would then continue the effort by beginning to layer in those tools, and I would think that there'd be a phase 3. So we're trying to break it down so that it's not, hugely impactful in any one biennium. But also it makes sense to do so because changing, the significant change that we have to implement to how we do business, both for ourselves as well as how we interact with all our agency partners, is it's a pretty large task, so you can't get it done in one biennium anyway. So stop there.
Dennis, can you give us an example of like a specific thing that either you did or are about to do? Like, this isn't a system. It's a series of projects.
It's actually not. The system's kind of it's necessary, but not sufficient. It's not that. In other words, the biggest thing is the business processes that we use to deliver services. And I'll give you an example that if you interact with us if there's any like agency finance people, they would get this. Because I know James and I have talked about this before, where I don't understand that DOIT budget, because it's just for a PC, there might be 20 line items for the cost of a single PC. Well, that's kind of overly complicated and not really reflective of what we do. Should we be billing you? So just on the billing side, we probably should be saying, all right, well, here's the fully loaded cost of a PC and here's what it is, and hide all that complexity from the finance people inside the agency. So that's an example of a matured IT service management process. It's a really simple one, but that's kind of an example of that. So to do that, you need systems because you actually need to be able to build up these bills of materials that are, what's the fully loaded cost of, some states do this still, a network port. Like you have a network port that you might plug your PC in that is required to get on the network if that actually has so much infrastructure behind it. But what we're doing is we're managing those as discrete elements versus a holistic service, and costing them as well. So that's we have a contractor expert we brought on to help us with this. And if you're interested, Charlie, I can set up a meeting. You'd find it pretty interesting. I can go through this in excruciating detail. And make it not technical. Other questions on this? All right. So the last one is what the heck is this cloud thing? Cloud solutions and services. So it's interesting, but so we have a data center at 27 Hazen. It's pretty old, and we haven't really asked for much money for it because we haven't put a system in there, a new system in there since the revenue system, REM system that was purchased. I think that contract was done about 5 years ago, and they've been running the system now for, I think, 3 years, right? It took a couple of years to get it running. So think about that. In the old days, every new system, boom, you'd be putting new gear in the data center, you'd be expanding the footprint. Everything that agencies are acquiring now is all as a service. So, Sherry, your question about the Medicaid stuff, I mean, the vast majority of all that will end up, I'm certain, being in the cloud. Although HHS, we do actually have a strategic conversations about how we're going to do things with them because they're obviously our biggest customer. But what that's caused is, in the days of data center, we had to learn how to do things like backing up and, making copies of data and doing disaster recovery planning and all that. So these cloud solutions and services are really the layered services that we're finding that we have to add to kind of manage this new infrastructure that we live in today. Liquor just went live with a new system for their finance, inventory, and retail in their stores, business to B2C, business to customer, and B2B, business to business transactions. All of that is in the cloud, except for if you go into a liquor store, you'll see equipment there. But other than that, all of that's in the cloud, and that's a pretty huge system operating in the cloud. And so what we've learned there, or what we are learning, and everybody's learning, all the states and businesses in the private sector, is that it's a different set of skills inside the people that are running it. It's a different set of tools that you need to manage overall and provide productivity and governance. Because one of the mistakes New Hampshire wasn't what they call a cloud first state. There's kind of terminology: cloud first, cloud smart. Cloud first was, go to cloud no matter what. And we were like, well, why, right? And I was thinking why. And then the folks who were a little slower and more ponderous like us, or I call it cloud smart, because we were thinking about, well, do it when it needs to be done, not just because cloud is there. And so that's kind of how we've been approaching it, opportunistically when a system is being replaced. If hardware is aging out, for example, the employment security has a really, a very good unemployment system, unemployment insurance system. One of the very few in the country that was able to scale to the needs of COVID. But their hardware is aging. So do you buy new hardware and plunk it in a data center, or do you host it in the cloud? And it's likely that George and Rich will decide to host in the cloud. So it's an example. As we do more and more of that, we're learning the skills and kind of supporting services and capabilities that we'll need to make sure that is as secure and as available and as well governed, at least, as what we were doing in our own data center. And that's kind of the essence of this investment. And we actually had a similar appropriation that we asked for, I believe, 2 biennia ago we're well into those investments. And we believe we'll continue to be needing to continue to do that. So.
I'm curious about this, right? Because on some level, you know, I think the 27 part of Hazen Drive was built as central data processing, right? I think that when that was a term.
Yep.
And I think Sue Luba worked there from the start. So our favorite DOIT employee, other than you, is Sue Luba.
It's good to know. Yeah.
Although I'll tell Sue that she's my favorite, not you, just so you know. Don't completely back you. You think of it as a place where all of the state's data is. And I remember 6 or 8 years ago, somebody talking about how, oh yeah, data's at 27 Hazen. I think that's not a secret. And then there's a backup site on the other side of the river at Toby or somewhere, I don't even know where. And I thought, oh great, so if the electric all goes down for all of Concord, we're screwed. But we're evolving from a world where it matters where your data is. And I'm paying for servers for New Hampshire First, right? And there's a guy somewhere in the bowels of your building who's like going, like Lily Tomlin with the operator phone. But we're moving to a place where our data won't be here. It'll all be out there somewhere, which sounds both safer, right? Because there's multiple places the data exists. It doesn't just, if lightning strikes 27 Hazen, we're not out of luck. It's buried in a mountain in New York or somewhere. But it's also a little bit vulnerable because it's not here. We don't have a copy. I don't have a sheet. Why should I be happy? And is there a balance between those two things? Or is the cloud just where we're going? And I'm not some sort of weird Battlestar Galactica thing where the Cylons blow us up.
It's a good example that you brought up because that's part of what we're investing in here is these, whether it's the that extra copy, whether you say, okay, I know, for example, Liquor is, they're running their finance and point of sale on Microsoft Dynamics 365. They have an automatic copy that, if their main data center were to go down, there's another one that for their production system that Microsoft has running at all times. So that's nice. But, we look at, do we want another copy of that? And in the case of Liquor, they're going to have a copy that is for reporting, for example, much like, for New Hampshire First, we have the data lake that I'm sure Alex has talked to you about. And similarly with Liquor, similarly with DHHS, with their EBI, Electronic Business Intelligence, that we talked a little bit about earlier. So yeah, that's, you have, the mistake that a lot of folks made, particularly the cloud first, is they said, oh, it's in the cloud, I don't need to worry about anything. That's not correct. You need to worry about the same things in different ways. You want to make sure you have access to your data. Like I'll just share a consideration we were talking to Rich Lavers at Employment Security about is, okay, as we move, we could actually put it in a different database and save money. Instead of giving a huge amounts of money to Oracle for the database, we give less huge amounts to AWS for their native database. All right, but what does that mean in terms of my ability to get it back when I want it? Does that actually constrain me at all, or is it just as easy? But essentially, if I'm running, as far as accessibility of data, the tools and the systems that they're running on in the cloud are the same ones I'm essentially the same as I'm running on here. So you can do the querying of data, the access to data, the backing up of data, all of that stuff. It can be done. There's no, there's been some legal battles around, can your cloud provider hold your data hostage? no. And you got to make sure that they can't in contracts, right? But no, I mean, it's your data, it's not theirs. Unless you make a mistake in an agreement and allow them to have that. But our agreements are typically pretty clear about, ownership of the data as well as any special intellectual property that we develop, that we invest in and develop for ourselves.
So like back in the day, I had an external zip drive. Am I dating myself? Because I could get like 5, 6, 8 meg of data on one extra thick 3.5-inch floppy. And, but it was mine. I did that. I put it on this disk. I did it twice, right? Because I wanted to make sure my hard drive, that I wasn't just relying on Windows 98 to back up my hard drive for me, but it was mine. And whatever happened, unless somebody came too close to me with a magnet, it was mine. And I hear you saying that we don't really have those issues with the cloud. At any point, are there financial hostage taking? I'm going to use one of my, I'm not an enormous fan of the Washington corporation called Microsoft. You used to buy a piece of software and you could keep it as long as you were willing to go with it for a while. And now they came up with a new scheme where they make you pay money every year to keep it up. And you reach the point where you're sort of hostage because you can't switch, right? There are certain softwares where at some point you're like, oh my God, I don't think I can ever get out of this. And I'm sort of stuck. Like I can't, what would it cost to reprocure a new MMIS system, ERP, pick something. And when we go cloudish on everything, is there any of that? Is that a concern at all, or is that sort of overblown?
Well, there's a couple things. One is that the biggest part of switching isn't actually the technology; it's the effort you have to go through. Like even like to like we're doing now with your ERP system, it's still a lot of work.
Yes.
But that would be the same work whether we were doing it inside my own data center at 27 Hazen or I'm doing it inside somebody else's. It's the same work. The consolidation in the industry is, to me, is the biggest, consolidation and dirty tricks inside the industry, which have always been there. They're just different now in the cloud. For example, you can, in fact, there was Senate Bill 210, I think it was passed by both bodies, which really, it's called it was sponsored by, it was pushed by the Coalition for Fair Software Licensing, says, they object to the fact that some software companies will charge a different amount subscription cost for if it's hosted in their own environment versus somebody else's. So for example, if you have an Oracle database and you want to host it in AWS or Google, Oracle will charge you more than if you host it in their own data center. And so some people think that's unfair. Some people think that's, a business being smart and leveraging the competitive advantage of their investments in vertical integration. So, moving out of Microsoft, 7 states have done it and moved all over to Google. It's a lot of work. Systems aren't quite as good, but you can do it. But those are the only 2 in the world, right? So you say, if you don't like Microsoft or Google, where are you going to go?
We're not doing open software, whatever that
Open
was.
source,
There a
yeah.
bill like 10 years ago for, we're all supposed to use open office or something
yeah,
like
there's
that.
a lot. There were two sessions in a row. There were a number of open source bills. So the open source folks would say there's another option. I don't share that feeling for email and collaboration and things like that. I don't think that.
Probably related to ask number 1, cybersecurity.
Yeah.
All right, I'll shut up now.
So I'm, and Charlie, 2 more things. How we feel about cloud, and there's pluses and minuses. Everybody's moving to it. There's, in many cases, you can't buy a product that isn't in the cloud. In fact, even the revenues, that system, Fast Systems, who has our revenue in 27 Hazen, the last system that was placed in there, their new installations are all being done in a cloud environment. And there's almost no what you call perpetual license agreements anymore. That was you buy it once and pay for maintenance. Now it's all subscription. Everybody's done that because, I mean, certain companies pioneered it. And they did it for consistency, right? Because you ended up with this, technology companies have these massively bumpy revenue curves, made them unpredictable, made Wall Street didn't love it, so they adapted, and now we're on the hook for subscriptions versus these capital intensive projects that then you pay maintenance on over many years. So it's that those days are gone, regardless of whether we like it or not.
I just you just reminded me on the RIMS. So RIMS is on-prem. With your project, I say your project, but the cyber, not security, the cloud that you just talked about, would you be able to convert like a RIMS that's currently on-premise to a cloud, or would a RIMS software or fast, have to do something like that? Like, is that something like that we could do?
I think it's yes to both, right? Because we would work with the Department of Revenue to make sure that whatever we thought were best practices were included in whatever agreement they develop to move to their ongoing solution in the cloud. And then I'm sure the vendor would be engaged to do a lot of the work.
Has there been any discussions yet about any movement to the cloud? I feel like RIMS just started, and it's hard to believe that it could be 3 to 5 years ago. But is that something?
Well, I always ask this question, and you may have heard me asking Infor over the years when we were talking about to them. I'd always say, what's your stance on your on-prem versions? Are you still updating them? And finally, after many years, Infor said, well, we're really not investing in our on-prem solutions anymore. It's only Cloud Suite we're investing in. And that tells you, I better make plans to get there if I'm going to keep using this system. And FAST just recently did the same thing. So we're not feeling pressure to do anything, I don't think. But when they fess up and say, oh yeah, our direction is to go this way, then you kind of know, where you're going to end up if you stay with that solution. And the FAST solution, I think, the revenue folks would say it's been a huge success for them.
I have one final question, which is this notion as everyone, the state has a long-term, as we buy a service, we buy software as a service, and when we move into that, there's a thing where I'm committing to 10 years, let's say, at $1 million a year, or 5 years at $200,000 a year, whatever it is. Before I do that, and the accountants are catching up with this, right? The GASB, whatever the hell it was this year, has the software as a service that we now have to report on separately. If I do that, if I'm an agency and I'm making a long-term software commitment that isn't, I'm just not just buying Windows 98, I'm signing on for 8 years. Do I need your approval? And so centrally, DOIT knows the state's exposure.
Yeah.
I know it's not perfect because we're in early stages.
All the contracts come through me, or supposed to. Occasionally, agency. Occasionally we'll see something. I'll get it. I get a write-up from my team before each governor and council meeting, and say, well, this one never. Every once in a while, there's a little note. This one never came before DOIT, but here's what it is. And so I get a write-up of all of ours, the ones we bring forward, plus all the ones the agencies are bringing forward and how it sits, what kind of due diligence we've done on it and how we feel about it. But I approve all of those before they come. And sometimes, it gets to me kind of late. So, when I first started in 2015, I was like, I had to do a lot of research before I approved anything because I didn't know what stuff was. Now I kind of been around a while and I know what's going on in the agencies. I know what the projects are. I kind of can sense, right away whether I would approve something or not. And typically what I'll do is early before it comes to me, if I have issues with a project, I will say, gee, I'll talk to people about it and say, how about changing this? And if there's pushback, I will sometimes say, gee, I don't know if I can approve this when it comes to me if we don't do something different here, particularly, and what are the things that get me going? Cybersecurity, data privacy stuff, long-term stability thoughts. Like I had one, it was a while back, that was like, yeah, well, we want to save money by putting it on a server in our office. Very sensitive, very sensitive data. And I'm like, no, we're not going to do that. Yeah, yes, it is more expensive to put a server in the data center, our data center in 27 Hazen, and back it up and have physical protections and have all the compliance stuff that we do. Yeah, that's more expensive. But that's what we have to do as a state, particularly for some of this really sensitive data. So those are the kind of discussions. But honestly, we don't have too much trouble with that. I think New Hampshire has maybe the highest level of collaboration between IT and the agencies that I've observed. Spending time 9 years with my peers around the country, I feel good about being here on a lot of days when I hear some of the stuff that's going on elsewhere.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
That being the last presentation of the afternoon, we are now recessed until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.